At the stream. What is going on? Look who it is. We've got it all in here. Welcome to the Lawncare America Live Show. Oh God, what's going on? We got Brittany. Let me put the thing up here. Hold on. Hey Brittany, what's going on, bud? What's up? One love. Nick, I forgot his nickname. I forgot Nick's name from right there. And hold on, let me put the link in there. All right, put the link. Hold on, hold on. Copy. StreamYard. All right. Testing. Is this fucking mic on or what, man? Anyway, what's going on, everybody? Hey, my name is Virgil. Welcome to Lawncare America Crazy Show. No. Now, I'm just doing some paperwork tonight. See if anybody wanted to hang out and shoot the shit. That's pretty much it. I'm just doing paperwork, working on some commercial bids. And I know Nick from, I almost said the wrong company. Nick from One Love told me that next time I go live, that, I can't go live without letting him know. So, Nick, I am live. But Uno's coming up. Hold on. I think we got Uno.
Hola, ¿cómo estás?
Hola, ¿qué pasa,
How you
amigo?
doing? How you doing? Bien, too.
What's going on, bud?
Nada. How you doing, man?
Yeah, I'm doing.
About goddamn time.
Man. I'm doing really well. How are you?
That's good. I've been good, man. Been good. I got no complaints, brother. None at all.
I hear me too, man. I mean, like, I'm constantly reminded that. What's up? Okay. That I have no right to complain. That I have a blessed life. So.
Yep.
Drew,
I totally understand.
Yeah, man. Listen, life is good, man. What did you write? Who got the white envelope ready? What kind of ebonic shit is that? Drew.
I can't even translate that for you, man.
Drew,
that's called dyslexic.
Motherfucker. Drew, listen, I believe
motherfuckers need to rewrite that shit.
I believe it was you, Drew, and Shane did videos on white envelopes. Yeah, don't do that, bro. Don't do that. There's plenty of options out there to get your money right, to separate your money, and there's plenty of other options there. The temptation is, think about it. If you're gonna keep money, the temptation's there. What do you got there? You got me beat.
Crown Royal, Crown Apple. Yeah, man. I'm not hydrating tonight. I'm rehydrating.
I got you, man. I got you. Nah. That's Doña.
I mean, besides a white envelope, I would suggest a bank. A savings account.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, control your money.
Well,
don't smoke crack. That might help too,
Dirty said I came in and we got white envelopes for a topic and TikTok clown on the panel. I'm out.
It's the way to go, man. It's the only way to go. Yeah. We're just waiting. I'm still waiting on fucking Will to call me back from 3 weeks ago.
Damn.
I mean, Brittany, tell your husband to fucking call me. Motherfucker tells it, I'll call you right back. No, dude, you're not going to call anybody back. I gave up. I gave fucking up, man. I gave up.
He's probably busy.
Dude is crippled. He's not busy. He's crippled. He's not doing shit, man. He ain't doing shit, dude. Who the fuck is he lying to? Motherfucker sitting up in the bed. Brittany's feeding him and shit.
Oh, damn. So Will's living like a king next. Brittany's over there feeding him grapes. What's that thing floating? Yeah. Feeding him grapes off the vine.
What the fuck, man? I mean, it's like, dude, he's not fucking, fooling anybody, man. I already know what the fuck's going on.
Yeah. Listen, he's living like a rock star, man. Living like a rock star.
Right. Exactly. So, I would be faking the fucking injury too if my wife was doing that shit.
They're rubbing his toes, giving him back rubs.
Right. He's like, I can't feel that. My arm is broke. Yeah.
He's like Julius Caesar right now. He's like Julius Caesar. He's British He got the wine pouring.
Fanning the motherfucker down and shit. Like, Brittany, I'm hot. Can you switch the fan over here, please? Like, he up in the bed like this, like, it hurts, Brittany. It hurts. What are you doing tonight, Virgil?
Binge, man. August is, I've talked about this before. August is here in 2 days, right? So August and September, well, it's got to be in really by the end of August, beginning of September, where if you're doing commercial bidding, it'll either come in at August, September, right? Or be February.
Right.
But if you, so like from now till August, it's like really hectic for me. So like we got to do,
right.
Like I got to bid on this, right? I don't know if that makes sense or not, but
yeah, it absolutely makes sense.
I don't know if you see that common area right there. Oh, yeah, right there. So we got to bid. I got to bid on that, and then that's just a lot there where I can. This is the only spot where I can keep the trailer. Can't keep it anywhere else.
Okay.
Well, actually, it's right there actually. So I got that. And then I got a bunch of which I decided today I'm not going to bid on. Like, it's a bunch of It's a bunch of body shops. I want to say it's probably maybe 15 or whatever it is. And
I thought you said bodies. I thought you just said bodies. I was like, Jesus, what are you doing there? County fucking morgue?
No, they're just body shops. What happened was. This company,
my motherfucker bidding at the county morgue.
Hey, listen, whatever money, $20. Nah,
keep telling yourself that.
They're a company. I'm guessing went up to other body shops and was like, listen, again, they converted the names over to this one company. So they went up to existing body shops and to like startups. And there's got to be at least maybe 60 of them. There's only 15 or so that I was interested in. But I think from when we used to do CVS's, when my wife was healthy, you got to remember something like Marco will tell you, at one point we were doing close to 60 CVS's on top of our other accounts. And between CVS's, Verizon's, everything else, like we got lucky. There's good and bad property management companies. Like with the street sweeping, I learned a long time ago the hard way. I do not deal with any third-party property management companies because I've been screwed over so many times. Like at one point, we were doing a little over a dozen Walgreens. It was like maybe 2 years ago, and dude, it was havoc trying to get fucking paid. What happened was we eventually sent them a 30-day notice just that we were going to stop,
right.
taking care of them. Yeah, it was horrible, man. Dude, you can do, I don't know if I'll get sued, but I can do a video and just name off at least a dozen third-party property management companies out there that get these contracts with like Walgreens and Walmarts and all that. Like, we won't touch Walmarts or, but like my target, and it's not for everybody. For me, even though we do some residential, our specialty is seasonal contracts, right? So
why the fuck are you stuttering? why are you stuttering so goddamn bad? Spit it the fuck out, man. You
I'm
over there.
trying. So basically, that's how we do it. You know what I mean? I know for some people hate it. This past winter worked out really well for us because you have a floor and ceiling on your contract. So basically, it's got to snow at least 2 inches, and then if it tops out at like 18 or whatever, for a storm or whatever, it works out really well for us because I mean, if you think about it, you're just paying for your guys on hand, and you're doing bullshit stuff, and your salt, you know what I mean, your bins and whatnot, and then your machines that sit on site if you need them at certain sites. And
so you do staging? You stage your sites?
We have to at certain sites, but that's how I do it. My street sweeping, the same thing. We sign annual contracts so that we get paid.
Okay.
We get paid the same every month, the same. Like residential wise,
right.
We only mow. Well, we used to mow a little over 80. Then we bought out the small guy out. And now we're at 120 residentials, and it's not. It's okay. You know what I mean? Money wise.
Yeah, I get it. I get it. I get it.
It's not where we want to take the company. So that's why we got into street sweeping, because we weren't sure what was going to happen snow wise. Because now, if you try to target residential customers with seasonal winter contracts, they'll probably laugh at you because a lot of us didn't get any snow, right? So it's hard to convert a residential customer. It's hard to convert them to pay $500-600 for the year up front. And they might say, well, shit, I might not get no snow. You know what I mean? I'd be better waiting for the kid down the street to pay him.
Now, we did that.
You know what I mean?
We do the residential snow contracts, but we'll do $400 for the season. And then what we do is we tick off each time that we're there on their account. And because Ohio is probably just like you, sometimes we get snow, sometimes we don't. And whatever's remaining on the account come spring, we'll add that towards a cleanup or mows or something like that. But we had to stop doing that, man. That was about 3 years ago. We stopped doing it because one year it did not fucking snow. So we were just giving away shit. And it was like, oh my fucking God, this was the worst mistake ever.
I don't know how. I don't know how I can give it away for free. I don't know if I can post it on YouTube or Instagram or whatever. I just want to post these contracts for free for anybody to download. As long as they have Microsoft Word, you got to have a floor to ceiling, right? Because your commercial contracts are all set up like that. Most of them should have a floor to ceiling. So if it's maximum 2, and what you do is you average the last 5. Like, what town are you in? Or what town do you plow in? Where?
Columbus.
So what you do is
turn up your hearing aids. Turn up your hearing aids.
So WeatherWorks might be a little expensive for certain people, right? So what you do is you'd have to do research and look back and average out the last 5 years of snowstorms, right? And then that's how you put your floor to ceiling. And then that's when you put your bid in, like if you want to bid in for your, if you wanted the residentials. But I think it's going to be harder for the guys that want to do that residential wise, because like I said, like you said, you didn't get any snow. So it's going to be harder to convert residential customers. With commercial, same thing. The way to convince them is you got to have the floor to ceiling on there. There's got to be something in it to bait them in. And for us, it worked all the time. Like when we used to do the CVS is a la carte, so it's all app based because they use what's called a geofence. So that when you type it in, right, when you try and type in the address, it'll put that store code in. And you click it, and it'll know for a fact if you were there or not. And then you take before and after photo of your snow and then we're done plowing, or if you're just salting, or if you're de-icing afterwards, that's where we made a shitload of money, because you've heard it also where there's a lot of money in salting, right? So you can go just not plow. That and aerating. You can go not even plow, just offer salting services. You can make a killing. So we made
absolutely.
Oh yeah, especially if it's CVS or retail or parking lot has a hill, because a lot of guys screw up. They don't realize when you're plowing, you want to put it at the bottom of the hill and not block, your sewers and whatnot. You don't want it coming down.
Right.
And dude, we used to get called for the crazy shit. We used to go to some sites and listen, it's not our site. We don't care. We're getting paid anyway, right? But because it's got to get salted. But it just baffles me how some of these guys plow, and common sense should kick in. I know it's a hard topic, but when you're salting, that's what you want, and the money is insane. So between that and
well, let's talk common sense. Will, you have no fucking common sense. You got on the goddamn motorcycle with a broken fucking leg, and now you're driving around watching Brittany fucking paint the goddamn bathroom. I mean, well, I guess that is kind of common sense. You got her doing all the fucking work. But the one question right here, I don't know if you saw it or you just skipped over it because you don't want to answer it. Fucking Dirty wants to know, are these gay body shops like strip clubs, or are you doing actual body shops, car shops?
Listen, our plows do not discriminate, right? I don't care if it's straight, gay. I don't care if it identifies as a chicken coop. Even chicken coops have got to get plowed.
So you're plowing.
So
you're plowing gays, straight. You're plowing whatever's out there, huh?
So we just plow all kind of shit. We don't give a shit if it's in front of the plow.
Right.
So
you're plowing it, huh? Are you just plowing it deep? Are you plowing it deep, or are you kind of plowing it shallow?
No, deep and hard. You want to because you want to go in and out. You know what I mean? So we just go.
Lord.
Again, it's not for everybody, but I'll tell you what, if you ever want to seek financing in the future, right? Obviously, two things. You want to, tax-wise, you want to do the reverse. You want least amount of write-offs, right? But you got to show that income, these contracts that you have these income coming in, especially if you're, especially when you work for yourself, right? You get like it's almost like a pay stub. So when you want to go for like bigger contracts and get that bigger money, you need it. And I know not everybody sees certain things certain ways. Listen, I'm retiring in 3 years, right? So I've got.
How old are you, Virgil?
52.
So you're going to retire when you're 55?
Yeah. So
what have you done? What have you done to get to that point? I mean, how have you set yourself up for retirement?
Well, before Elise got sick, we sold Lawnscapes to Jim over at Sharps in Town. So we sold that. We still have plenty of money of that left over, and that wasn't even. I've told the story before. We weren't even going to sell, really. We didn't even think about selling, even though my wife hated. I got so many videos on this. Even though my wife hated Lawncare, she hated Lawncare really because of the bullshit and the money. Once you get close to, we had more employees during the winter because of plowing and shoveling. Because when you're bidding on HOAs, you have all the steps, all the laundry areas, right? So,
right.
When you during mid-season, during lawn care season, from March to November, we usually hover between 30, 35 employees. Come snow, we were like 50, 60 guys. Because you got to remember something, like I got clips. I can send you clips and videos like off my phone. I can send it to you. And the how do I put this? It's just money, man. It's I don't know. It's hard to like. It's hard to put everything in one. It's hard to separate it really without showing you like all the little details. Anyway, going back to Lawnscapes, we didn't plan on selling it. My wife hated it. There's a lot of we've learned a lot over the years. Like I've told Jim and them, you know, we must have changed our employee handbook like at least a dozen times, and we only got into street sweeping because it would always come up. I get shit in my email for bids all day long, right? And a lot of stuff I blow off, and a lot of stuff I don't even look at because I don't have time. But the bids would constantly come up, and we would see the numbers, but we would just talk about it. We never did anything with it. And then we had a few offers because when you go after certain contracts, like when we do Lower Bucks and all them, the hospitals, you want to be able to get the multi-year, and it's hard getting certain multi-years, especially when they don't know you, because what you want is you want to get. I gotta find our folders. You want to be able to build with commercial. You want to build a portfolio, right? Because you want. It's not like no one cares about your Google listing or your reviews. They want to know what properties have you dealt with and what references can they call to either look at or call to verify to see exactly how you guys do it. So. And one of my goals was, and I talked about it on Jim's, is I knew we weren't going to make good money unless we were going to hit at least, you know, we need to hit the $1 million mark. We need to grow sales. That was our target. And I know guys talk about, oh, you know, you got to do residential. Listen, if you want to do residential, you want to hit that marker. Listen, it'll take you fucking forever. We've done it. My wife will tell you. We fucking Marqual, Cam, Brandon, they'll all tell you. We've done that fucking road to try to hit that figure for you and your family. And I'm talking, and I say it because for you and your family to live a great lifestyle, not a good lifestyle, to live a great lifestyle. You need to hit that plateau. If you're gonna do solo, like these guys on YouTube, what are they making? Fuck, and I'm not. Listen, if they're only making 30 grand, if that's what they want to make, then, you know, all the power to them. You got to think long term. You're doing this, right? There's got to be an end game here. What's going to happen? Man, forget about retirement. What are you going to do if, God forbid, you get hurt, right? And let's say you're the main person for that company, right? Your 30, 40 grand a fucking year ain't going to fucking cut it. If you get fucking hurt,
30, 40 grand a year isn't cutting it either way. I mean, that's not feasible. Guys,
that's what the fuck they are, right? On fucking YouTube and in the neighborhoods.
Unfortunately, yes.
The quickest way and the easiest way to hit at least 7 million, to hit 1 million a year with the least amount of trucks, least amount of employees is you got to go after commercial, right? The quickest way that we hit it is we knew we needed between 9 to 12 customers. We knew mowing, no plowing. We knew we needed to hit that. So that was my mission. So that's who I had to target. So listen, and I don't care what people think. Listen, we've bribed, we've given away flat screen TVs. We've given out cash bonuses to property managers for us to get it. And I've talked about it before to all of them. You know, we had a thing where when we would address them, when we would hand the bid in, because they sit on the board. These people sit on the board. They're not getting paid shit. The only thing they're getting paid is the handout that they're getting from you. And the only other vested interest they have is that condo or townhouse, whatever the fuck they got, they're renting it if they're not living in it. So we would hand out, we would always phrase it like this, that if they signed up soon, right, you know, if they signed up soon, we were giving away a free, back then, flat screens just started coming out, that we were either giving a flat screen or we were giving away $1,000 cash. If we were giving away a flat screen TV, we'd always phrase it this way. We would always say, listen, at the end of the month, we're giving out the flat screen TV. It's a 52-inch. I don't care where you put it in your break room, your office. I don't care if you even take it home to your family. We'd always end it like that. The end sentence had to be, even if I was giving away $1,000 sign-up bonus, Same thing. You can put it towards your windows. You can put it towards the lunchroom. I don't care if you take the money and spend it on your mother-in-law. It's just part of something that we're giving away this month. We'd always phrase like that. At the end sentence was the hook. In the beginning, it was, well, you could put it here, put it there. But at the end, it was always, you know what? I was trying to imply for them to take it, right? Because if you think about it, some of these places that we're bidding on, we had some small ones. We had like the $30,000, $40,000 a year one. But then we also had the 90 to 150,000. So the bigger HOA. So let's say because we always tried counting doors. So let's say you were doing 150 doors or 200 doors, right? So if you knew your crew of 5 guys, right, can do one big one between 7 or 7:30 and noon or 1 o'clock, then we would always throw a small one in at the end if they can on the route. We would always try to fit it in that way. So we knew exactly. We knew that was our formula. It wasn't for everybody, but that's what worked for us. So we knew to make it work and for us to hit our number without going fucking crazy and having like a billion customers and having 7, 10 trucks to try to make $1 million. Listen, if you're running legit and you got your employees and shit and everyone's like we when we even did the H2B program, we did it up until they stopped it because of was it in 2016? I'd have to look it up. Anyway, they stopped it temporarily and then it continued again. I forgot where I was going. Anyway, that's how we did it, and that's how it worked for us because we knew we wanted the least amount of customers, and we knew that was our goal, and that was the only way we were able to get there. So when we sold it, it just all came up. We had a lot going on. I don't know if you know, like I think I told you, and I should, what was going on.
I know what was going on.
So when they approached us like the third time, the son approached us twice, and then the father came up to us, and then my wife was to take the money and run, and so we did. But our plan was even then. Listen, we're gonna get out of Lawncare and go into street sweeping because we saw the money there, and it was something more. It was less employees. It was. We had our own plan.
A little bit more manageable.
You got
a little bit more manageable.
It is, and with any business, when you try and scale, you got to sit down and whether it's you, your wife, or yourself, and you got to have a conversation with yourself. Where am I taking my business? Just like you're having a job. Where am I going to be at this job? Where am I growing? Can I grow here? Can I move up? Do I have to take any classes to move up? What do I have to do to make more money? So same thing with your business. Sometimes you need to kick in the face and like a slap, like, hey, what am I doing with my business? Am I being stagnant?
Mm-hmm.
Am I making the 50, 60 grand a year? Or do I want to live a comfortable life? In the beginning, my kids were very involved in the beginning. My youngest, I think I shared it so many times. I still have the books here. My youngest used to keep track of all of our aerations. Aerations alone, aeration roses. You can start a business and just aerate alone and make 6 figures. People,
absolutely.
We spent over like last year. Last year was high. It's supposed to go down this year. Every year for 2 skids of fucking seed, right? We spent close to 10 G's, right? So it's
that's a lot more right now. It's a lot more right now. It's almost triple the price for that right now, just because of the inflation rates and everything.
The money in aeration is insane, and not enough people take advantage of it. You know what I mean? So
yeah, absolutely.
Anyway, we knew what worked for us. We were always shocked why other people would not pursue it and all the bullshit excuses they had with it. But you don't need. It's not rocket science. You don't have. It's just. There's so much money out there. And I get angry because when I see guys talking shit on fucking YouTube, right? And it's my fault too, because I'm not, I feel like in a way, if I put out more content and show people more if I share more contracts and show actual more proof and maybe make more crazy videos about other equipment and shit, maybe to get the word out more because you want the algorithm, right?
you got other shit. You got other shit going on. Number one, you're like all worked up over here. You need to calm down. You're a little older. Your fucking blood pressure's getting up there. I see the fucking veins popping out of your goddamn neck. You need to calm the fuck down, Virgil. You're not fucking 18 anymore. But the thing is with being a creator, that's a full-time job. And a lot of people don't get that. They don't get it. That a lot of these creators, they make more money off of the content than they actually do in the field. And one prime example of that is Spencer's. And I like them. I like Sean and I like Savannah. I respect their hustle. But you can see it in their content, the same shit over and over and over, or you can tell that they're filming on one fucking property, and that gives them 15 pieces of content. And a lot of people don't realize that, man. I mean, that's a full-time fucking job. You ain't got time for all that shit. You make money.
I don't have time for it. We studied YouTube so much that everything between that, we studied between the shorts. We put so much energy in YouTube because we wanted to. The only way to get your info out there is, and the problem with YouTube with Lawncare is a lot of people don't want to hear the business side that much because they want to hear they want to see the equipment and shit like that. But the only way for us to get our message out more is one of two things. I'd have to show more equipment, and the other thing, which a lot of people don't like, is, and this is my point of view, I would have to bring up the fact, like pull up other lawn care guys and be like, hey, this is what this guy's doing, and this is what he's doing wrong, because that's the only example to relate to other people on YouTube. But then you'll have people call you a hater or whatever. But if you're showing logic, say, listen, this guy's preaching to you, but it's impossible for you to relate to your business. You know what I mean? Here's the thing. With the guys that are doing from 0 subscribers to 50,000 overnight, the thing is that their content is geared towards kids. So they open up their content towards kids. What you're shooting is facts and the truth, and a lot of it's a plethora of knowledge. And same with Jim, and same with a couple other individuals inside of our circle. And that it goes over a child's head. And when I'm talking a child, I'm talking somebody from 12 to 16 to 18 years old that's just getting into this industry. They're looking at the Savannahs. They're looking at, there's another guy that like walks around, not Juggernaut, even Juggernaut. But there's another guy that walks around, knocks on fucking doors too. But those are geared towards kids because it's catchy and it's quick and it's showing something, real quick. And all they're seeing is the highlight of the industry and the highlight of the business. They're not seeing that there are several fucking ramen noodle nights when you first start. There are several fucking beefaroni nights when you just get started. And a lot of these people, they get a false sense of this industry. It's like, oh man, it's a quick rich scheme, get quick rich scheme. And I hate to say it, but it's none of that's fucking true, man. If you don't grind it out, you have to grind it out. And that's fact. I don't care if you're doing 30, 40 employees. There's a point in your career where you're not at 30, 40 employees. It's just you and somebody else, where it's just fucking you and you're building, and you have to grind it out, because there's going to be there's going to be a couple stagnant situations where you're like, why am I not getting any more business? What's going on? Why ain't the phone ringing? And you got to figure all that shit out. And like a Mike Andrews and all that, Andes or whatever his name is, the little short midget guy. He's shorter than me, man. That motherfucker's a goddamn midget. So I mean, all they're showing is the highlights, and they're not showing the truth behind any of this, because there's a lot of nights, man, sleepless nights, and it's like, what's next? What's next? You know what I mean?
And I think that YouTube, it's a sensation app. So individuals like to see the happy shit. They're not trying to hear about the actual realness. And I mean, a lot of people are, but it's not going to pick up, like you think. And I mean, then you have Twitch, and you have a lot of these other streaming apps outside of YouTube that they have a back end to them. And Will's over there listening to watching Brittany paint, and he's listening to this, and he'll test to this that Twitch is a big thing for Spencer's, and they're huge on Twitch. Yeah, they're huge on Twitch, bro. And that's where they actually get a lot of their followers and shit. And the one guy that went missing, that took a walk in the woods, I forget his name, man, because he was an overnight sensation.
Oh, Once his kid was born, he actually I think he's got 2 kids now. I watched him in an interview. He said what took it off for him was when the mower flipped over going down the hill by the church. That video changed everything for him. He said when he was trying, I don't know if he was trying to turn or what it was. And
you said the key word there, though. You said the key word there, the church. Because if you ever watch any of his videos and you start looking at the comments, these are individuals out of the cult or the church, and that's how it is. God damn, Dirty just losing weight over there.
It is.
It's not my glasses. Yeah, like what the fuck, man? You smoking crack now or what? Like Jesus Christ.
When you try to bid on shopping centers, right? This is what you look at. You look at these.
Yeah, absolutely. Your blueprint and your layout, your schematics.
And then you look at, and then you pretty much. Well, I'd have to show you. I don't know yet how to. I'd have to figure out how to show screen in a screen or to share a screen. I'm not sure if I'm phrasing that correctly. I think that way would be a lot easier to show the numbers, because when I tried looking it up last time, I can only show you guys either the addresses or the services. I can't show both. If I can show both,
I'm gonna let you know right now. I'm gonna let you know right now. When you start showing that dumb shit right there, because that's what people are going to say. Like, they're going to say that that's dumb shit. You need to get your ass a whiteboard behind you, and you need to start drawing what it is. And because individuals out there, they're not captivated by somebody just standing there talking. Definitely not a fucking old man talking about his fucking Geritol and how you got to take it and everything. And it's like, you got to make, if you want to try to make it in this world, and I'm talking YouTube because YouTube's a whole entire other world, you got to make it as captivating as possible, but you got to bring your level down to almost like a kid level, and you got to talk dumb. And that's why Mike Andes or Andrews or Andre the Giant, whatever his name is, you got to make it like he brought his shit down to a level of stupidity. And that's why he blew up, man. That's why he blew up. That's why he blew up.
He definitely dummied it down, that's for sure.
Well, and now he's doing this call-in live show, and what he's doing with all of his content is actually he's ripping from old school content. And the live show, the original live show, actually started on the Lawncare News. And that was the first Lawncare show that actually started doing the live call-in. Mike Andes, I mean, you went over that in a whole entire other video. We don't have to go down that rabbit hole again. I don't agree with what he's doing. I think what he's doing is selling a pyramid scheme, and I think that he's full of fucking shit. And I really don't care for the guy, just because of the individual that's out here in Columbus that actually owned one of his franchises. I just heard way too much shit about him, and I think Mike Andes is a piece of fucking shit. But I mean, that's just me. You know what I mean?
I don't know what he's like on a personal level. I do know, like, I got a hold of the guy in Long Island.
He's full of shit. That's what he is. He's full of shit.
I know the guy in Long Island was talking, and dude, they're not making they're not making shit for money. So I'm like,
No.
you know what? I don't get it. Like, and that, to me,
Because
I guess it's kind of like a pyramid because he's pushing for the managers to keep buying another one, and then because if you work there for 2 years,
absolutely,
and they want to grow,
and it goes back to what. Yeah, but it goes back to what I was telling you earlier, that his content and even the Spencers and even Juggernaut, like, I mean, their content is more focused towards young individuals from 12 to 18 years old, that they're showing them the bright side of things. And that is the actual truth. And then when, and a lot of, I guess I should say 12 to 18. I should say 12 to 18 and new individuals that might be 25, 30 years old that are just getting started in this industry. Yeah, the rookies. And yeah, and that's who he's going after. He's not going after individuals like us or Dirty or even Will with broke arms and a half broke leg watching his wife paint a fucking bathroom. I mean, help me, Mr. Will, help me. I mean, but he's going after the exactly. I mean, he's going after individuals that they don't know numbers. They don't understand how to pay Bureau of Workers' Comp. They don't understand how to pay their sales tax. They don't understand any of the fees or anything like that goes involved with a franchise. They just don't understand. He's going after the DLTs, the Lawn Stars. He's going after those individuals that are trying to get rich quick, and that's what it is, man. I mean,
he's looking for people,
and those are facts.
He's looking for people that look at they just want to look back in the immediate future and go, I have 3 crews, 4 trucks, and a dump truck, and 5 dump trailers, and look what I got, and I netted $38,000 this year. That's who he's looking for.
Yeah, and the thing is, like you said, Jim, a lot of these guys, they go, hey man, I got five trucks and 3 crews and whatever, you know, but they're not telling you that they're fucking $250,000 in debt because everything's out on fucking finance. You know what I'm saying? They're not listening to individuals like myself or Jim or you, Virgil, that say, stop taking these fucking loans out and buy your shit cash money and wait to take those loans when it's actually necessary, because there's good credit and bad credit. And a lot of these guys, man, they're running their fucking credit within their first 2-3 years, and they ain't even got the fucking clientele to pay for the fucking shit, because all they're doing is spending their motherfucking money on those goddamn bills and on their fucking mowers and all this shit. They're spending all their fucking cash on that, and they got no money to sit back on. You know what I mean? Like, I think Ray, he actually, look, I know he's a viewer, and Ray, you're probably watching right now. I don't like it. I don't. I think that you played the pendulum too much, and that's just my opinion, bro. You got great content, but I just think that you played you played that game a little too much, man, and I think that you wore it out a little bit. But Ray actually has he has a video talking about good credit, bad credit, and he's absolutely right on it. And there's a time and a place to run your credit, and there's a time and place not to run your fucking credit. And when you first start in this industry, the best thing out there to do is look on Craigslist, look on Facebook Marketplace, and buy your shit secondhand, third hand, something that you might have to change a carburetor on or fix a fucking seal on, and go through again the fucking grind of the whole entire situation. Because once you start taking out loans, man, like you take out a mower loan, you're paying $200 to $250 on a month. That's $250 that could go in your pocket.
Let's look at it this way too, though. If you what is his base entry? 20 grand, something like that.
Oh yeah, dude. Yeah.
If you in a service industry like Lawncare, now,
and that's just to get in the door.
Yeah. You want that 20 grand plus. It probably comes out to about 45 at the end of the day if you even dream of having decent equipment when you start. You want to take $5,000 and buy your equipment and put the rest, which let's say that's half. just to get started. And maybe some things are used. And then take another $22,000 to give to a franchise, or would you rather spend $22,000 to keep the returns to yourself and spend it on marketing?
Exactly. And it's like, man, like you guys saw me and Sierra build our company, and you guys are watching the whole entire process. I mean, I have yet to take a loan out. The Chevy that I'm driving now is the first fucking loan I've taken in 10 goddamn years. And I mean, I've bought all my mowers, fucking cash money. I've bought everything cash money. But each time that we've bought something, we've had the clientele to back it up. We've been able to build. And I'm not a finance guy. I don't like financing shit out because, like Jim said, man, you're blowing your money. And, with just buying a franchise, you're spending almost 40 grand out the door. And that's if you have the equipment to do it. And Virgil, to go back to what you're saying, you have to be a creator in this world, because everybody knows that this is a whole entire fucking world, man. It's a world of its own. Yeah. You have to go towards that market. In this world, the market is from 12 to maybe 23 years old, because that's who's actually watching this kind of content.
I'm just talking more. In order to get the word out, you got to grow. You got to get attention, right? So
yeah, absolutely.
Without getting
and we all know, yeah,
you can't educate these guys. So
no,
it was always a mental argument of mine not having the time, because I would have to get the attention in order to show and give away all. Like, in order for me, like I mailed out to Carlo because he wanted all these contracts. Well, these are set up for commercial, just scheduling. I don't know if you can read that or not. I'm horrible at this. Yeah.
No, none of us can read that, Virgil, because this is the fucking internet, and we're on goddamn YouTube, and nobody can read your fucking bullshit. So that's, again, Virgil, you need to have a whiteboard where you can write shit down. You need to have a whiteboard Wednesday.
So the only way because to be able to do that, to give away, because I know these guys are paying $50 to $100 for the contract, and some of these contracts for $50 to $100 are getting shit. So, and I'm not just saying it because it's mine, but I really feel that the shit how we do it is superior to almost everything out there. To everything that's out there. No one's got the setups. Like if you call up or you message Jesse James, the amount of shit we gave him, I guarantee you he can start a massive fucking Lawncare company with all the contracts, all the documents, all the marketing material. Dude, and me.
But what you did with Jesse,
free for the guy who doesn't have access to it, who's got to fight. I'm like, I don't know, it's $50 for the contract. I don't know if I can spend that, or $100 for the contract. I don't know if I can spend that right now. Where me, I just want to give it away for free, all these contracts and all these documents, whatever these guys have it.
That's called mentoring. That's called mentoring.
Exactly.
That's called mentoring.
Make the noise for people to get to find it. You know what I mean?
But the thing is when you make a noise, Jim will even attest to this, and Will too, while he's watching fucking Brittany. No, Brittany, over there, paint the wall white. Paint the wall white. When you make a noise, sometimes it can go in your favor, and sometimes it won't go in your favor. And controversy sells. And me and Jim are the best at controversy. And sometimes we have a competition on who's more controversial. But Jim's still on TikTok. I'm banned from TikTok. So, it's because of Jim's ass I'm banned from this shit. But when you do controversial, but when you do controversial stuff, yes, you're getting the word out, but sometimes people take it the wrong way. You know what I'm saying? So there's a very fine line with that.
If people take it the wrong way, I honestly, I can care less. As long as I prove my point and prove what I'm trying. Like even if you just go on YouTube and try to do a search on how to start a lawn care company, they're all missing something. I looked at every fucking video over and over and over again. They all suck ass. They're fucking horrible. So
well, you know why? Is because the real individuals don't have a channel, or their channels like you and like Jim, they're not being seen because they're not targeting the actual audience that's watching these videos. I mean, because a lot of these people, man, they're watching videos, but they're young. They're like, hey, Mom, can you bring me some chips while I watch this guy mow grass? You know what I mean? Like,
no, I hear what you're saying. The lawn care community is huge. The lawn care
what, Jim?
Go ahead, sorry.
Well, I said or young to the industry in general, regardless of age.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, Jim. Absolutely.
The lawn care community is huge, and I just want to be able to share for free everything that we've learned and all the good and bad that we've learned over the years. A lot of bad.
Right.
I mean, no one's perfect, you know what I mean? So everybody makes mistakes and shit. I say it all the time. That's why there's erasers and pencils and whiteout for pens. And I know for a fact, and I know we're not perfect, but I know for a fact our system is the shit. And I really believe it. You know what I mean?
But there's a lot of
free. If I can make the noise and give it all away for free, it'll really make an impact on the people that don't know any better and that need the help. So.
Oh, for sure. But there's a lot of dynamics. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. You're not actually, everybody acts like it's some crazy proprietary shit to tell somebody how to open up a business and how to competitively charge for something. Who in the fuck would pay for that to begin with? All I got to do is, I pick up my phone. This is how I've started any service industry that I've ever done before in my life. I pick up the phone. I get the son of bitches to come to my front door. I ask them for quotes. And if I'm really curious, I may get 5, 6, or 7 of those motherfuckers to come in here. Because my yard is very complex. If y'all don't know, go check it on Instagram. This yard's small, but there's a lot going on. So I'm going to get a premium rate coming from somebody to get all this shit, just the basics. I take their prices, I analyze them, and I go with it.
Yeah.
Right.
And if I needed to do it commercially, I'd call a friend up and go, what are y'all being charged? If they're not having that service, do me a favor. I'll buy lunch if you call 5 people and get some quotes.
Right.
Yeah.
Now that goes to, I'm so happy that you went first, man, because I was just about to say that there's a lot of dynamics to our industry, and you got them all right here. So, well, not all of them, but you got a couple of them right here. You got a commercial guy, you got a residential commercial guy with me, and then you have what I would consider more of a broker. Jim is more of the middle guy that will sell, and he gets the bids, and then he's hiring somebody to do the work. And not only is he hiring the guy to do the work, but he's doing the schematics, he's doing the whole entire layout. And am I about right, Jim?
Yeah.
Am I about right? Yeah.
Yeah. And basically, if you look at me on the landscaping end of the business, it is basically a brokerage. I mean,
absolutely.
I sell the clients, I manage the jobs, I do the designs, I ain't touching
right.
shit.
And that's exactly, and that's how you explained it to me, and that's why a long time ago, Jim. I mean, I think maybe about 2-3 years ago, and when I hear something, I don't forget it, and that's where I want to be, is what Jim's doing. And I try to study what he's doing, and I try to listen to everything that he tells and all the information, because that is actually harder to capture inside of our industry. Jim is one of the guys that's a hard part to capture. That's not something that you just walk into. And for Jim to do that and do it as successfully is like, what the fuck, man? I mean, because the work that he shows
and have a portfolio, it ain't happening. You got to have all 3 of them.
Yeah. Yeah, and a lot of guys, they'll do what Jim's doing, but on the other end, they're still doing the fucking work. They still got the fucking employees. They're still buying the product and all that shit. So they're not even doing what Jim's doing, you know. And there's so many dynamics to this industry and so many ways that you can go inside of this industry. You can go straight irrigation. You can go straight hardscape. You can go straight lightscape. You could go just mowing. You could go fertilizer. You could go, you know, I mean, the list goes on and on and on. It's our industry is it's very open. It's kind of like the wild, wild west. I mean,
sorry, I was reading one of the lead. This is where I came up with the concept, because it's very uncommon to see someone such as myself do landscaping the way that I do it. But
uncommon, dude, it's unheard of. It's fucking unheard of.
Here's where for the people that are in here that are serious about this, and I see a few of them in here. This is where I came up with it, was the fact that when I had to, it was a plan years ago, over a decade ago. It was like, where do I get this, as Virgil said earlier, to make the most amount of money with the least amount of input and the least amount of employees? And when and I stopped for 10 months when Lisa got sick, and ran the tour guide company, and that was it, you know. And so when I came back into this world, I was like, you know, I'm going to go for my end goal now. And if it doesn't work, fuck it. I'll just keep the tour guide business. I'll keep tour. And that was also what helped me, though, was subcontracting out tour guides. All of them were 1099 people. None of them were on payroll. None of them even wanted to be on payroll, because most tour guides out, I mean, Charleston is the biggest tour city, probably one of the biggest in the world, and close to the biggest in the United States when it comes to history. And so I looked at that. I looked at what my end goal was, and I said, I'm going to subcontract everything. Now, I didn't at first. I didn't completely jump in like that, and I still don't, because there's shit that I still like doing. I like building the water features. I like doing the lighting, and I can't sit around for long. So if there's a small job that needs to be knocked out, I'll go do it. It doesn't matter. Why get 4 guys involved in something I can do in 3 hours by myself? Just that simple. And if it's something I don't want to do, then I just don't do it. But I looked at.
But you also do power washing as well. You also do power washing as well.
And I do all of that. That is kind of heading in another direction here soon too. But I looked at the building, the construction world, contractors, general contractors. They sub everything out. You know,
yeah.
you look, and that's where I took it from. I was like, if they can do it, I can do it, and that's where.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it can stand on its own. And I've thought about doing that with the pressure washing, but there's too many cogs in that wheel. There's too many dynamics that I just don't trust anybody with just right out of the gate. That part of the business is as profitable as it is. I don't know where it's going, but some decisions are going to be made here very soon, because I could stand on pressure washing alone and be perfectly fine. I could stand on the landscaping and be perfectly fine. Either one of them could go. It doesn't matter.
Well, the one decision you need to make right now is you need to eat a fucking cheeseburger or a goddamn steak, because, brother, you've lost a lot of weight.
I've lost.
But that.
Yeah, I think Jim's beat me, though, on losing weight there, that's for sure.
14.
Well, you're fat, Virgil. You're fat and old.
It's the donuts, man. It's the donuts. It's the donuts. I admit it, man.
Jesus Christ.
Like, I was talking to Stevie about it today. Like, I lost a lot of weight, but it's the sugar, man. Like Jim told me, how many teaspoons of sugar is in my NOS strength? 50 grams, whatever it is. Like,
it's a shit ton, dude.
Yeah. So if I can cut out the sugar out of my diet, because I haven't had soda since I wound up in the hospital 2 years ago, and ever since then I haven't had soda except for NOS. I'm a NOS drink.
Yeah, that's like coffee. Right. So I got a question for both of you. I actually got two questions for both of you. Number one is, what does it say?
She's talking about Charleston.
Oh,
Oh, okay. Yeah. So, Brittany, just keep painting that goddamn bathroom. Will's getting a little tired of watching you paint. You need to get this shit done. The trim needs to get done. You need to fucking be stroking and not Will.
It
You need
seems
to
like
be
it'd be
stroking that
Will's
goddamn
job
brush.
to get the trim done, but maybe not.
Dude, he can't even fucking move. He's like this or some shit. No, actually, I think he's doing pretty good. I think he's getting a Chinese guy's arm next. Motherfucker about to be half black, half Chinese.
And the right arm's gonna be a Pigfoot.
The motherfucker about to be called Wan Tom Wong. Fucking Virgil's channel about to get banned from YouTube. But here's my question. So, what do you guys think about individuals that are on social media or and they're sharing how much money they're actually making, or they're talking about, I'm making this much, I'm making that much, and they're showing these checks, and I'm actually talking about a certain individual right now, and I'm not going to out them, but they're showing checks. Oh yeah, bro, 30,000, 15 grand. Dirty might know exactly what I'm talking about because the second part of this question is going to give it away. But they're showing 30,000
or whoever.
No. So they're showing 30,000. They're showing a 5,000. They're showing another 1,100 or something. And this individual is well known inside of Lawn and so they're showing these checks. Well, not that individual. The people involved with them. They're showing these checks, but they're not showing how much of that 30,000 is actually going out to the employees. Now, also,
who is it?
Do you guys shut up, Virgil? So the same individual is posting pictures of half nude pictures, basically soft porn pictures, and trying to coincide it with the business. I mean, because their name is tied with the business. How do you guys feel about any of that?
What the? I'm
I'll go.
Jim knows exactly who the fuck I'm talking about. Jim knows exactly what I'm talking about.
Dude, what's going on YouTube?
There's things that get views. That'll probably do it. And the thing, and you're right. There is a lot of that. But I think number one, he's young. That's what excites him. And I think anybody that's seriously watching them knows what's probably going out the door. Just the ability to keep lights on that in that operation. So does it necessarily bother me? No, because they're not necessarily bragging so that they can try to sell you something. It's a storyline. I think maybe it's something that probably could get dropped. But then again, if you want to share with people the dynamics of where you can get with what you're making, you kind of have to show it.
Yeah.
So no fault.
Okay.
It to me, it's totally different than somebody going, look what I'm doing, and you never see the background, you never see the backstory, because they don't actually have a bunch of this and a bunch of that. They've got, there's something to hide. I don't think they're hiding anything, and they're not trying to sell you something to make you think you're going to be a millionaire in 3 years. So, no.
Well, there's two parts to that.
There's a big Lawncare channel that in the beginning, you never seen him spray. Almost every video, the guy, it doesn't even mow. Every video, he's sitting on a zero turn in his garage, and he's been doing videos off his phone, and he's giving fur advice, and he's sitting on a zero turn, And his channel is he's got a pretty big channel. He's down in Alabama, and his channel's huge. He sat on a zero turn every video. The guy doesn't even fucking mow. You never even seen the guy spray anything.
Yeah,
and his channel grew. And he's I'm trying to think of his name. He's a skinny guy. Oh my God. His channel is not the same as his company name, but he's the reason why Brian's Lawn Maintenance does the whole show he puts on every November. That's where he got the idea from. He got the idea from him.
Well,
his show.
let's be honest.
Go ahead.
Let's be honest with Brian's Lawn Maintenance. His wife writes the fucking script. He goes off of exactly what his wife writes. And that's very clear that the script is behind the camera and he reads off of the motherfucking cue card. And it hasn't changed in 10 years. Brian sells hopes and dreams. Brian, I got a lot of respect for you, brother, that you moved from a fucking goddamn 1-bedroom apartment to a house, just like Blake. And you guys got a little family, but what you guys are doing is selling hopes and dreams, and both of you guys are full of fucking shit. I've said that to him in person. I'll say it again, time and time again. I blasted y'all on Lawncare News, and I'll just keep on doing it over and over and over. But you're not showing the real shit. My main question here, though, and Jim kind of answered it. Virgil, I want to kind of know, and Jim, I want a better answer next time, is so I'm showing these $30,000 checks, and I got this little business going, and some individuals are running my content for me. And one of the individuals that is running the content for me is basically showing soft porn fucking pictures on her or his social media page. How does that affect your business, and how does it affect your social media aspect of it all?
Well, first of all, I don't know who it is, right? But I'll tell you right now, if someone
you're going to trip out when I tell you who it is.
If your channel is, listen, sex sells. So if you want to get the attention and people to come over, then you listen. It's a hustle. YouTube, like everything else, is a hustle. So if you want to, if that's your avenue, the way you want to go, all the power to you. Not my cup of tea. But I think your personal life and your business should be separate, right? Especially if you're trying to build a brand. Are you building a brand of you're mowing your lawn care business, or are you building a TNA / mowing business? You know what I mean?
And that's the thing, though, Virgil, is that this brand that we're discussing, this brand is already built. This brand is already there. So when you add and it's never had the TNA in it, and now you're adding the.
Pay your internet,
motherfucker.
You froze there, Nick. Go ahead.
Do you try to rein that individual in, or how do you do it? Because your brand is already built, and now this individual is adding the TNA. Right?
It's not. I mean, obviously you can say something to them, but it's not your brand, right? So if he wants to, or she, or whoever it is wants to make a combo lawn care channel / soft porn.
Yes,
then,
I mean, Ken. Yes. Go ahead. Sorry.
And Brittany, you're not out of the loop. Ask Will. Will knows exactly who the fuck I'm talking about.
Listen, if they want to get bigger on social media, they have to drive attention, right? So if they can't drive attention through regular lawn care, and they're trying to do it with selling or showing some booty and some titties, then that's on them. But that's their thing. You know what I mean? It's not for us. It's one thing if we're judging them on what they're showing or what they're trying to preach lawn care wise. I feel that if they want to show their personal side and mix it somehow, then that's their business. That's their shit. You know what I mean? I personally can care less about that. I am interested in I'm very interested in if they're going to say, well, I'm making X amount because I'm doing this job. If the numbers don't match, what was that saying again, Jim? If the numbers don't numbers or whatever. Oh, man. Jim,
if you hadn't asked, I'd have probably said it.
If the numbers don't numbers, something like that. Anyway.
The math.
If the math don't math, yep. If the math don't math, right, then we have a problem. Then I'm interested in, because my biggest thing is, hey, listen, what the fuck are you preaching these people? You know what I mean? That's my biggest thing.
He explains, like, with some of the work. I didn't bring it up, so I'm not going to bring the name up. But like per piece, what they're doing, what they charge, and all that.
Gotcha. Yeah, I don't know. Listen, if he wants to bring some tits and ass into it, and he wants to drive attention that way, then whatever. Listen, sex sells, right? Who are we to, you know what I mean? I'm more, listen, if people want to talk about that, that's great. Me, I'm just more interested in the business end. Just with my head's wired, I guess. But if they want to draw attention with that, I mean, personally, I think they should keep it separate. But if they don't want to keep it separate, then you know what I mean? Pussy sells, man.
Well, everybody's guilty of it. I mean, some of the bigger channels. I'm trying to think. Jesus, what's his name? He's right up this damn street from me. God, Richie Plemons comes to mind, and that's not it. But he's the state trooper.
Richie.
Not Richie.
Mitchell.
You know, I mean, every now and again, he throws a video up there, you know, watching his wife on the stander, you know, drive by in tight shorts.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you know, it's.
Well, so was American. Well, so was the guy American Lawncare. That guy too. I mean, he has his wife on a Bobcat standing unit. And
let's cut the chase. Mitchell's a cop. Mitchell's a state trooper. I got a lot of respect for Mitchell. I love Mitchell to death. I've known him for years. Richie, I've known him for years as well. He started Lawn World with me, and me, Blaine Dennison, and Doug Wright. We all started Lawncare World, and again, we were one of the first to start doing all the live bullshit. That was 8-9 years ago, man. But you're talking about some real guys that are entrenched into the lawn care industry. Richie Plemons, though, actually started driving for trucks and shit like that. And he's part of Echo Means Business, which was originally UAG program, and he's still part of the Echo Means Business. And they're doing good. They've changed a lot of things with it. The individual that I'm discussing and showing the money, and it's just not him. A lot of individuals, they show like, oh man, I made $15,000. Oh, I made this, or oh, I made that. It's just like when an individual sell dope or they're hustling and they say that they got money. At the end of the day, the individual that's talking the loudest, they got the least. And I think that the individual that I was originally talking about with the he or she that's selling the TNA, they might need to rein that in a little bit, because it's showing that you don't have as much as you have. Just like Jim said, that a lot of things are going out the door, and a lot of things are keeping indoor just to keep the fucking lights on. And I think that they need to start reining that in, because it's starting to become very obvious and start becoming very clear that they're struggling just to keep them goddamn lights on. And I lost a lot of respect for this individual a couple months ago, and Jim knows exactly what I'm talking about, because things came very clear and alive, and I don't know, man, I just lost a lot of respect for him, and I just had to get that out there. I lost a lot of. I lost a lot of respect for them.
I mean, we're not in school anymore, right? So I don't understand why, unless it's self-esteem, I don't understand why some of these guys feel like they need to showboat and try to impress, because they're not. we're not fucking these people. You know what I mean? There's no there's no reason. Just my opinion, right? I don't see the reason to showboat. Listen,
absolutely.
the truth of what you're doing. You know what I mean? I want to see your real life experience. That's why when the webcams came out and they started putting cams in people's houses and you started watching them live their daily lives and shit. That's why it grew so big, because it was real life, right? So to me,
watching
same
grass
thing.
grow.
I want to see the real shit.
The first viral video was watching grass grow. Think about that for a minute.
Yes. Really? Here's another question for you guys, and I'll answer it before both of you answer. Are you guys give me the whole pie, or are you guys just give me a whole pie of life, or you guys just give me a slice of pie? I'm just give me a slice of pie, man. I just want my slice in life, and I want to live comfortable. I want to be able to pay my bills. I want to be able to take care of my kids, and I want to be happy. I want to be able to take a vacation here and there. Or do you want a whole fucking pie?
Fucking everything. I wanted fuck it all. And those people that don't fucking like it, they can get the fuck out of my fucking way.
I respect that. I respect that.
Yep.
I respect that.
I get 2 street sweepers. They can pick one, lay down, and then get swept underneath.
Go ahead, Jim.
Pick one. Pick which one sweeper you want to lay down under.
Virgil, we talked about this. You need to calm the fuck down. You're a little too old to be all worked up and shit, man. Your fucking veins are sticking out. Right. So, Jim, are you a whole pie or are you just a slice?
By instinct, I'm a whole pie person. Yeah.
Right.
But my lifestyle, just give me my wedge. So
yeah, absolutely.
But if you think about it,
yeah. Listen,
no,
I'm gonna fight for that.
Lifestyle. Yeah, listen. I've shared it with a couple of people already. My biggest regret in life is missing time with my kids. Right. So even though my kids were involved a lot in the beginning with whether we were in the wireless business or even Lawncare wise, I missed a lot of time. A lot. You know, when I first saw Jim's video, he was mowing grass. It wasn't even, I don't even think it was fucking self-propelled. It was like a fucking push mower, I think. And he had a little toddler following him. And in the back of my mind, I'm like, dude, that was
Hold on, time out. You know who that fucking video was about, goddamn Virgil? You know who that fucking video was about? That was about me, motherfucker. Because he had a little Chinese hat on. He had a little Chinese hat on, and he had his daughter jumping around like goddamn king. Yeah, that was about me. That was literally about me. That ain't no fucking lie. That's how long I've been around, man. Jim over there like this, like.
I remember watching the video and I said to myself, you know what? I fucked up. I remember those years when I fucked up. I lost time. So when it comes to lifestyle, I've said it before. My wife put me in check a long time ago. She said I have no right to complain that I live a very blessed and privileged life. And sometimes I got to check myself. You know what I mean? Yeah. As far as business goes, my mentality has always been the same. Just get the fuck out of my way. Get the fuck out of my way.
And sometimes
I don't mind grabbing that whole piece of pie. And if you're doing right by me or by the world or just trying to get to a spot where you can prove you're doing right, I'll hand you a slice of the pie. That's who I am. But if I grab that fucking pie and you don't give me a reason to want and stop to think about giving you a piece of the pie, I'm Virgil. Get the fuck out of my way.
Hold on, I'm doing something for Will, just so you can see. My bad. The fucking Crown Royal is starting to kick in. I'm talking shit to Will.
I've got goals in life, right? And I need to do what I need to do to get there. right? Because
Yeah,
it's not
absolutely,
just
absolutely.
I got to think about my wife. I got to think about my kids. You know what I mean? So, and I don't know. It's just how it's how I view it. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't, because no one else is gonna pay my bills. You know what I mean? So that's why I said, if people talk or say something about your business, I don't give a fuck. They ain't paying my fucking bills. I'm not sleeping with these fucking people. You know what I mean? I know what I need to do. I know what numbers we need to hit every fucking day. Not every month, not every year. I know what we need to hit every day. If we can't hit that numbers, this is another thing that I don't agree with certain channels like on fucking YouTube, right? Where these guys blame the fucking employees. Stop blaming your fucking employees. If you guys are not hitting your fucking numbers, you guys are not doing your jobs right, it's your fault because it's your fucking business. You're the ones that put your fucking name on it, right? You're the ones that fucking...
Calm the fuck down, Virgil.
Insurance, because I sure as fuck don't pay $50 for fucking insurance. You see this fucking shit, Lawncare to America, when you get these fucking bills? Let me tell you something. It's your fucking business. So when I hear these guys on fucking YouTube, like Ray, perfect example. I'm sure Ray's a great guy off of fucking YouTube, but when I hear these guys fucking bitch about their employees, it's your fault. You didn't train them properly. It's your fucking employee. So if they're fucking up, it's your fault.
I would agree with that. And
when
the
I hear these guys on YouTube bitch about it, listen, the only person you have to blame is to look in the fucking mirror. If you don't have a fucking mirror, tell you what, take a fucking selfie, right? You're the one to fucking blame. Nobody else. You know how much we paying fucking insurance a fucking year for fucking employees? People will be fucking, their mind will be blown. These guys bitch about the little shit that they bitch about fucking employees, how much money they shell out. Dude, our fuel bill is fucking ridiculous every fucking month. On top of fucking...
Let's not talk about fuel. Let's not talk about fuel right now.
But their employees, it's their fucking fault. Nobody else's. So when I hear them bitch about their employees slacking, or this guy's on the phone, or this guy's taking forever, you know what? It's your fault because you didn't train them properly. Before we sold Lawnscapes, everything's the same then, it's the same now. When we hire someone, they go through fucking training. If you say you have fucking experience, guess what? During your interview, guess what the fuck you're doing? You're fucking working. If you can't show what the fuck you're actually doing, we're not, unfortunately, and I know people say, well, you know what? How am I supposed to get fucking experience if no one gives it to me? That's not us. I apologize. We do not fucking train
beat me to it. That's exactly what I was about to say.
I don't fucking train people here. I can't. The only place where we train, because it's not rocket science, is with the street sweeping in the garbage. Because you got to pick up the garbage cans and you got to blow up the sidewalk.
How do we mute him? How do we mute this man? This man's going nuts. What was you saying, Jim?
Oh, Brittany beat me to it in the fact that's if I get with Ray that I don't know his dynamic of his talent and stuff though, you know, and who he can find to work, who he can't. I you know, but it's like for me, if I was in that driver's seat, some of the people he's had, I'd have fired them so fucking fast. It'd have been like, no, hell no. Get on down the road, man. I'd have called a labor company, bring me somebody, and I'd have just weeded them out.
Yeah, let's be honest. Let's just be real honest with here. You know, Ray, I respect your hustle. I respect your content, but I do not like you at all. Because again, you played that pendulum, and you fucked with the wrong individuals, and then you came back and you went to this side, and you went to that side. You're a fucking snitch. Let's just be real honest with it. You're no more than a one-man show. You're no more than a one-man show, and you're a one-man band. And yes, you make some good money, but you are a one-man show. And what you show on the video is you're constantly bitching about this or that or this or that, and it's repetitive, man. I mean, it's fucking repetitive, and it gets old. It gets real old.
I never understood.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
mute one second.
remember, everyone's heard the saying, fire slow, fire fast, right? Listen, if they're not fucking working out, you got to get rid of them. Whether they're poison.
Yeah, absolutely. Why do you keep bringing back the crackhead? Why do you keep bringing back the crackhead? You know the motherfucker smoking crack. You know that he's in jail every other month. I mean, why do you keep bringing his ass back? I mean, you can't bitch about him if you keep bringing him back. What you need to be doing is exactly what Virgil said, is you need to take a selfie and you need to be blaming your fucking self. Why is Grasshopper even on here? That motherfucker needs to be in fucking bed. He's in the goddamn retirement home. He already knows that he's breaking the fucking rules. I mean, you already had your cream corn, bro. It's time to go to bed.
It's not just him, right? There's a lot of companies out there that do it. You know what I mean? So I don't know, man. I don't know.
Ray rides coattails. Ray rides coattails, and that's what it is. He can be as mad as he wants. He can talk all the shit that he wants about me or whatever. But brother, all you're doing is riding coattails. You're riding Shane's fucking coattails out of everyone on goddamn YouTube world. You're riding the weirdest motherfucker out there. I'm telling you right now, DOT ain't got as much as half of what he says he does. I mean, and that's very clear. Number one, I already took one of his properties right here in Grove City. And I mean, I took that shit, bro. And I'm mowing that motherfucker for free. And I've been mowing him all goddamn year. I walk right up to the goddamn house like, dip, 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 dip. Like, hey, fire him now. I'll mow the shit fucking for free because he's right next door to the property that I already mow. So, I mean, it only makes sense. There's no goddamn fence or anything. So, I mean, I'll take it. We'll abide by the Uno. Well, you know what, Grasshopper? If you play the piano at night for dinner time at the senior citizen home, I mean, I guess it is what it is. Hot breezy, all I can say. Who is KLC? Who is KLC?
I don't know. That guy's always around. I have no idea who the hell it is.
Who is the East Tennessee guy? Who is that East Tennessee guy? Because for some reason he's on like my friends list on Facebook, and I don't have no clue who the hell he is.
That's Mike.
Are you friends with him?
Yeah, I'm friends with him because he's got friends that are, you know, inside of our group, and I'm just like, who the fuck is this motherfucker? He's got like a 36-inch Toro mower or some shit, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on here?
That's Mikey.
Who the fuck is Mikey? Who is Mikey?
Mikey's the one that borrowed money from who the hell was it? Now I can't
From Linton. Remember Linton Lending?
Yeah, Linton.
Oh yeah, I know Linton. Yeah, I love Mark Linton. I love him to death, man. He's a good guy.
In with the Shane Gang and that. Oh God, I should have always. How did I never think of Shane Gang working on the Shane? Damn it!
Oh, hey, Flo. I just saw your comment. Yes, we already know that you want the whole goddamn pie. You just want some pie. That's all he said. I just want pie. Yes, we know that, Flo, but nobody else can say that but me. And if Dirty sends you some pie, you do not want to eat that because I watch a lot of them fucking videos of you, brother. And, you know, out of all of us, man, Flo is probably one guy that I can honestly say that he's always stayed the same. I mean, all of us have stayed the same on this panel here. And, of course, of Whippoorwill. But man, I got so much respect for that individual, Flo, because he's still Flo. And yeah, absolutely, bro, absolutely. And he's not out there to try to get mad money for, you know, social media shit or anything like that. He's just sharing a slice of his life, and I really appreciate that. And no matter whatever time he's doing his little live, I'll jump in there. And he knows that I got kids and all this shit. And he knows that we just had twins. And he always gives a shout out. And Flo, I love you. I love you so much, man. And I respect you for everything that you're doing. And if you ever need me, man, I got you 100%. And on top of that, Virgil, I just gotta say this: Virgil, Dirty, Will, and Brittany. Hey, I love you guys to death, man. Y'all saw me through a lot of dark times, and you guys have just always been there. And I had to beg Virgil to get on this goddamn live tonight, but I love both of you guys, and I love Will. So
love you, man.
I really appreciate being on here. And I mean, Virgil, you gotta, as hard as this is for me to say it, you gotta dumb down your shit, bro. You gotta bring it down to a level of stupidity, and you gotta think like an idiot to be able to get your content across, because the knowledge that you have it's priceless. And what you did for Jesse, you're mentoring him, but what you did for him is, I mean, dude, that's worth $1 million. And but you gotta dumb down your content, bro, because an hour worth of your content, like what we did here tonight, is actually probably a good year's worth of content. And individuals that are out there in YouTube world, they need to hear what you're saying, because what you're saying is fucking, like I just said, it's fucking priceless, man. I mean, dude, you're giving away shit that motherfuckers are fucking charging $400 or $500 just to come hear them speak on a goddamn fucking platform that's only been in the business 2 years. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And if you just dumbed it down a little bit, and you understand what I'm saying, right?
No, I do.
I'm not saying that you're an idiot. I'm not saying that you're an idiot, because you're very, very smart.
Yeah.
And you've been in the game for a long time. But the knowledge of the hustle, you just got to dumb it down a little bit. And if you dumbed it down a little bit, you'd blow the fuck up. A whiteboard would be instrumental for you. If you did a whiteboard fucking Wednesday or a whiteboard Thursday and you kept it going, you'd fucking blow the fuck up.
Whiteboard Wednesdays and honky holidays.
Yes. I mean, who the fuck is that in the background? They just keep bringing you water and shit, Virgil? What the fuck? This motherfucker in the background, he ducking. They ducking. Who's in the background? Somebody just brought you something. Oh, Virgil. Hey, so while Virgil's gone, we'll just sit here and chat. What do you think about Will making fucking Brittany?
Doing if he was willing to ditch the camera, what was going on there?
He was getting handy. So what do you think about Will making fucking Brittany paint the goddamn bathroom, dude?
I think Brittany should beat his ass with the paintbrush.
The motherfucker already got a black goddamn right arm. I mean, he should be able to fucking do something with it.
All she has to do is put a stick up his ass, let him hold the brushes, and just do like this.
Motherfucker be like this in there, like, Brittany.
Was she tickling your butthole again?
Yup. It took a long time. But Nick said, I just got to figure out a way to dumb it down. So,
I get that.
In my opinion, I don't think you should necessarily dumb it down, because there's only so dumb you could get with the advanced stuff. But I think the whiteboard thing is a good idea, because that dumbs it down to where people can visualize.
Exactly. And I guess that's what I mean. And when you're getting so passionate, because Virgil's so fucking passionate about this shit, you need to not be so passionate. You need to bring it to something that they can relate to, and not be like, oh, you know, I mean, because when you put it on a whiteboard, they can actually see it. When you're holding up pieces of fucking paper, or you're doing a screen on screen, individuals are not reading that screen on screen. What they're doing is they're following you, and they're going to follow everything that you're talking about on that whiteboard.
Well, actually, you got that wrong. They're trying to follow him, and at a point where when some of us talk, it goes right over their head, or they're like, "I can never get
absolutely,"
that, or "I don't need that," and you need to, and it needs to be related on how you do need it, how you are successful at it, and all that. Otherwise, it goes.
Yep.
You know, like,
or you can just try to sell, or you just need to sell a pyramid scheme, just like Mike Andrews or Mike Andre the Giant, and fucking motherfuckers will get it in a heartbeat. Yes, I did, KLC. I did do that just to you, and yeah, I still don't know who the fuck you are. But yeah.
Oh, that's so dirty center.
Maybe KLC's the guy with that is from East Tennessee. I don't know.
He might be from Tennessee. I'm not sure. And what's up with the dirty soda, anyways? Where the hell are you finding that shit at?
On the internet.
Oh my god, dude! Dude, you had that motherfucker gagging and shit when he was trying the motherfucking candies and shit, man. That shit was funny as fuck. I was sitting there watching it. Man, that shit was funny as a motherfucker.
What he doesn't know is there's more shit on the way.
Oh, fuck, dude. Fuck. Now he's into bass fishing or something. Like, what the fuck?
So I
do what?
I got some things in my queue to buy because otherwise.
Oh God. Yeah, exactly, dude. Dude, that shit's fun. If you don't send him things, we're watching him fucking fish and not catch anything. I mean, one
that's
fucking
a lie.
fish out.
You ever notice that's the same fucking fish every time? It's the same fish.
It's just like, dude, it's just like watching Jacob wash windows. It's the same fucking window. The motherfucker keeps washing his aunt's window and shit, man. Motherfucker washing his aunt's window, talking about, yeah, new customer. Like, motherfucker, we see the person in the fucking rearview mirror, like, fucking swimming and shit. It's the same guy. Surfing. Watches shit, man, because, like, there for a couple minutes, man, until I had said something probably about a year ago. It was the same fucking video. And the same guy in the background doing the surfing shit.
Dude, I didn't think about that. That was some funny shit. Dude, that'd be fucked up. Same window over and over again.
Yeah, Brian's lawn maintenance does need to sell Virgil's shit. But the issue is Brian's wife will not let him do that. And she can message me as much as she wants. I'll cuss the motherfucker out. I'll give two fucks because I've known Brian since he started. But these individuals, they Brian, Sean, Juggernaut, I mean, a lot of them guys, man, they pander to the individuals that are new into the industry or young individuals, Spencer, Sean, and Savannah. And I love all of them. I got a lot of respect for them because they got a good hustle.
Well, they know their audience. That's the key. They know.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why I respect them, and that's why I respect Blake and B&B Lawncare, even Danny Lanier. Even fucking Danny Lanier. He's kind of a teeterer. Danny kind of, he's a slow grower, you know, but Danny's been around a long time and he does it right. He doesn't go on Twitter some shit. But those individuals, they're just, yeah, they know how to do it. They know how to do it.
No, Ray, I don't have a book, Ray. I ain't got a book.
Oh, Brittany.
Ray's late. Ray's late to the show tonight.
Ray's late to the show.
Ray's very late. Thank God. Yeah,
Ray,
we've already talked shit about you, Ray.
Where you been? I'm glad to see you're alive.
I meet Brian. He was scared of me. Carlo, Brian was scared of you?
Did he ever get the garage finished? I highly doubt that. But Ray, did you ever get the garage finished? I want to know that.
He's got water and electricity in it. I guess it depends on your definition
Well,
of finished.
Brittany, the issue right there is Shane's a bitch, and he let her take charge of that situation, and again, Shane's a bitch.
That was great. Let me tell you something.
It was.
I might not. We're not all going to agree with everyone, right? Everyone's going to have different opinions. That's
Absolutely.
I might not agree with everything that Brian and all them do, but I appreciate his hustle. Yo, when his wife went on Shane's Live, that little short segment, whatever it was, that was priceless. That was funny. That was some funny shit right there.
Whatever it was, you want me to play it? I got it recorded.
You can play it, man. Dude, that was some funny shit right there. But
you sounded like you do, Virgil. Virgil be stuttering and shit. I never knew you stuttered so goddamn much.
Just long day, man. Long day. I'm usually it's 10:41.
Call it whatever you want. I'll call it all timers.
Because we're shorthanded. I have a hard time staying up late, man. I'm out early because my day starts early. You know what I mean? So,
dude, it's because you're fucking old. You go to bed by 3 p.m.
You remember some street sweeping? We're running 4 different schedules, and it's hard sometimes filling it in. I got the teacher, the one guy who's a teacher. He's gonna be quitting soon because school starts, and then one guy we're tracking tonight to make sure he's not sleeping because
he's smoking crack right now.
He probably is. So we know how long it takes to do certain routes. You know, I lost last year. I don't know if it's been a year already, but you know, I lost a huge contract a few months ago. You know, it fucking stung like a motherfucker. It stung more, I think, mentally, pride-wise, than anything, because I take it kind of personal. But I think everybody else does. But it's numbers, you know what I mean? And when I say a contract, it's 5 sites. So right. You know, it's all Cherry Hill that we lost. And because when it gets bid, oh yeah. So when it gets bid, that's how that bid goes out. It's 5 sites. So it's a lot, man, because you remember something. It's not just me and my bills, and my business has their own bills, but I've got employees. They have families. So it's up to me to be, you know, I'm the one that's got to go out there constantly find these fucking bids. Street sweeping is a different animal than landscaping. You know, it's different than commercial landscaping. The guys that do residential, I mean, that's its own beast in itself. But the bids for commercial only comes up unless they're firing or looking to fire them. And when you fire them, unless it's something drastic, they have to get a 30-day because everyone's got the 30-day clause in their contract. Or it's now come August, September, right, and February. So with street sweeping, unless you're in that little area, that time period for these bids, if you lose a contract, right, because the bid comes up, you got to hustle and look for other shopping centers, other business parks. So it's a different animal. You know what I mean? It takes think about this for a second. It takes the same amount of energy for me to go after a $30,000 complex to a $150,000 complex. Same fucking amount of energy. So when you're going after these bids, you're not just going after one. You're bidding on, it might be like one bid, but it's really 5, if that makes sense, right? So it's the same amount of, and I think sometimes people just overcomplicate the shit. But it's different than residential, right? So sometimes it just fucking, I don't know. My days and my nights are crazy sometimes. So, you know.
I got a question for Ray since he was on topic a minute ago. How are your people holding up, Ray? Curious just how not Carlos. What's his name? Sorry. Anyway, you know his name. And
Crackhead.
And the other dude do it. Because you seem to be doing some cussing the other day. It seemed like there was a relapse on somebody's ass.
I mean,
Zach.
I really want to talk to him, but I think he was selling time with him. I was talking to him for free. I mean, that's his thing. He sells time. He sells time on the phone, and
he doesn't know who you are, Cutting Edge. That's the Cutting Force. I'm sorry. He doesn't know who you are.
Yeah.
And all you are is a number to him, man. Well, we can talk about backstabbers, Float. And one individual, I'll say it right now since he's on here. Ray, I respect your hustle. I respect that you got a good little business going on, but I don't respect you. You are a snitch, and you ride coattails, and you play the pendulum just like that. And any individual that's on this live right now has watched you go from the dark side to the light side, back to dark, back to light. And you, I mean, and that's what I respect about it, is because you knew how to play the game to get the views and to get the likes that you like, that you have. But as an individual, I don't respect that, because it is what it is, bro. I mean, it is what it is. You talked a lot of shit about everybody on here, and here you are. I mean, that's what it is. I mean, and I'm sorry, Virgil. I'm sorry to disrespect your live about that, but I mean, that's what you did.
Listen, you're not disrespecting my live. When I go live, I'd rather, besides my fucking rants, people can say whatever they want. If people have beef with somebody, listen, I've said this before, even to Jim and everybody else. If I ever step out of line, if I say something fucked up that's wrong, I would want one of you to tell me, Virgil, you fucked up. You shouldn't have said that. That was wrong. You were out of line.
Absolutely.
I appreciate it. I would want. I have no problem with one of you guys telling me, Virgil, you done fucked up. Because
Jim's told me that many a times.
I've made mistakes. The first time we got in the fucking street sweeping, I fucked up bidding wise.
Yeah.
So
Jim's told me that many a times.
I just good.
Jim's told me that many a times, but Jim's going to kind of chuckle about this. The time that me and Jim actually, I mean, we were friends prior, but the actual time that Jim and I really became friends was when both of us were being played, and we kind of caught on to it. Is when Lawncare tried to play Jim against me and me against Jim, and I called Jim. I called him directly. I called him straight up, like, yo, bro, this is what's happening. This is what they're trying to do. Jim's like, oh, dude, I caught on to that, man. You know, I was about to call you. And I told Jim, like, hey, I'm not trying to do this shit, man, because it's going to get really, really bad. And it's not going to end good for either one of us on this spectrum. And from that point on, Jim and I have been like white on rice. And we both respect each other. And Jim will call me in a heartbeat, or he'll text me like, hey, motherfucker. You know, and it's a respect, you know, platform. And that goes back to what I was saying. Ray, you fucked up, bro. You really, really fucked up. And you pushed the limit, and I stay on the side that I'm on right now because of Jim and because of Will and because of Brittany and because of Virgil. And you played them sides too goddamn much for me, man. And I respect your hustle. I respect your business. I respect what you are doing, but I don't respect your content.
Is Ray playing sides, or is Ray just trying to fucking neutralize?
No, Ray's playing sides. Ray is playing sides. Jim, and you know it, goddamn it. You fucking know it. Ray is playing sides for the views. Ray is playing the sides for the content, and that's what he does.
Ray's always just been fairly nice to me, so I'm just.
I mean, hey, Ray's a nice guy. Every time that I make a comment, Ray will make a comment back. But Ray, you play sides. You do, and that's I respect that because you're playing the sides for the views. But your knowledge is great. Your knowledge is great.
Listen, we're not all going to agree on everything, right? So I just
who's friends with Shane? I took Shane's fucking client. Who the fuck is friends with Shane? Bro, Virgil sent me a motherfucking clown outfit. I drove by the motherfucker in a goddamn clown outfit. I mean, who the fuck is friends with goddamn Shane? So, I mean, let's keep it real, Ray.
You gotta admit that's pretty funny. Yeah.
That's fucking funny as shit, bro. That's funny as shit. That's funny as shit. Motherfucker is not even, I mean, he's not even in my market area. The motherfucker lives about almost 35, 40 minutes away from me up north. Yeah. I'm not friends with Shane. I mean, but let's just keep it real. You played sides. And this is where it comes to right now is that you're getting worked up right now. And I guarantee you're going to make a fucking video about me tomorrow and you're going to keep my name in your fucking mouth. And that's the way it is because one love is one love. And that's how it is, brother. That's how it is. You're going to make a whole fucking video about me. You're not going to be able to stop for about a goddamn week. Every fucking video, I'm going to be in your motherfucking video. And that's how it is. And that's how you play the side. And that goes back to what we were saying earlier, controversial, like that's how it either goes good for you or it goes bad for you. Whippoorwill over there laughing because he already knows how I'm going. I mean, no, I'm not that important. I'm not that important because I'm not consistent with my videos anymore. But
you're
I've been around way before you, Ray. I've been around before you, way before you, Ray.
You're important. You're important. Not Nick. Never say you're not important. You're important,
brother. I'm here. I've been here, and I'll always be here. If that's the way it is.
If people in lawn land don't want to hear the criticism, like Ray, if Ray doesn't want to hear the criticism about where, if Ray doesn't want to hear the fucking criticism about where we think he's doing things wrong business-wise, then that's on him. You know what I mean?
And I'll reiterate what I had just said. I respect your business, Ray. I respect what you are doing, but I don't respect the social media aspect of what you are doing because you did play sides, brother. You did. You can't deny it. As much as you get upset about it, you can't deny it. You are a fucking snitch. And that's what it is. You played Lawn Stars, you played Shane, you played Lawn Stars, you played Shane, you played that little game. I respect your business. I don't respect you on the social media platform as that goes because you did play sides.
All I can say is, and again, it's just Ray's personality, right?
Absolutely.
Want to hear business-wise, like me, I want to hear. I told you guys, I want to hear. Listen, this is why people get together because listen, this is what I'm doing. What do you guys think? Just my opinion, and I could be wrong. I don't think that Ray wants to hear. Well, listen, this is where we think you're doing this wrong. This is where you're fucking up. Maybe you should try this. Because Ray, like a lot of other guys on YouTube, and I get it because sometimes you get offended by it. People right away think you're a hater because you say, hey, listen, you're fucking up, or you're dropping the ball, you should have did this. A lot of these guys on YouTube don't want to hear that because they think they have it all figured out, right? So that's why, like, when I go on YouTube and shit like that, or when I ask you guys, because I want the feedback. You know what I mean? There's a reason why they call things. There's a reason why they have think tanks, right? Because you want the feedback. So in business, we should be able to feed off each other, right? But
absolutely.
You know what's funny? On YouTube, other lawn care guys will talk to other lawn care guys. But at gas stations, a lot of guys won't talk to each other about business-wise or, hey, listen, what are you doing? You know, am I doing this right? Am I doing this wrong? You know, to get threatened or intimidated. And it's a problem. And it's funny because it creates drama, you know, for YouTube and shit. But I think it's funny because it's funny when people just don't want to hear it, that they're fucking up because they think they have it all figured out. Meanwhile, they'll be in business for like 10 years and they're still fucking, they're still out in the truck or still having to manually do shit and they don't want to do this, don't want to do that. Because people get set in their ways. You know, they get tunnel vision. You know, and managers get this a lot. Property man, I used to hate dealing with this shit. We go to sites and you get property managers where because their site is so big, they get tunnel vision. They don't see anything else. That's why we tell everybody, listen, you got to make sure all the entrances, all the exits, and the path going to the leasing offices always look the best. Those three areas, because people get fucking tunnel vision. And I think Ray's one of those people that gets tunnel vision. He doesn't see or want to hear.
Absolutely.
This is where you make a mistake. Where we want to hear, listen, you're fucking up, man. This is what you should be doing, or try this. And no one's hating, but they take it the wrong way. You know what I mean?
Right. Absolutely. And Ray, to reiterate what you had just said inside the chat, you are no social media expert. That's why you played the sides. And where I come from, a snitch plays the motherfucking sides. And exactly where you come from, a snitch plays the motherfucking sides. He tells this one side this, and he flips and tells the other side that. That is a definition of a snitch. And I don't care where you come from the motherfucking sticks or the motherfucking city, a snitch is a snitch. And that's what it is, Ray. But you can keep on going on. And just like I said, you're going to make videos about me all motherfucking week. And that is a social media expert. And that's how you do that thing. And that's how you keep a name in somebody's mouth. And Ray, like I said, I have tons of motherfucking respect for you as an individual, as a business owner, because you're doing your thing. You're creating a shed or a shack or whatever you want to call it inside of your property that you own. And I got nothing with that, man. I respect your business because you're paying your bills, bro. You're feeding your family. But what you did inside of social media, inside of the lawn care world, is you played both sides. I'm only on one side, Ray. I'm on this side. And what you did was totally wrong. You went from lawn care, lawn stars to Shane, to lawn stars, to this guy, to that guy. And you played sides, bro. And you played them too much for me. And that's just my opinion. I'm allowed my opinion. And that's one good thing about being an American is that you have that freedom. And I watch all your stuff. I watch a lot of stuff. And one of your videos was actually about having your opinion. But you talk a lot of shit about your employees. And I think that that's kind of fucked up. I think that's really fucked up. You should never talk about your fucking employees. We should never know that your employee smokes crack. We should never know that your employee is relapsing. We should never know that your fucking employee is fucked up. All we need to know is that your employee didn't show the fuck up. You shouldn't be talking shit about an individual that's not even on motherfucking the social media platforms. I mean, it is what it is. But you do what you gotta do, bro. You got to get the views and you got to get the likes or the dislikes or however you want to do it. I'm not active on YouTube anymore. I'm not active at all on YouTube. I'm more worried about raising my fucking twins and paying my motherfucking bills and getting my slice of life. That's all I'm worried about. And this motherfucking Crown Royal.
I think business wise, right? I think that if Ray can really work that his machine more and not mow as much, he can really blow up money-wise, financially.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Ray's got a great business. Ray's got a great business, Virgil.
Ray, you got to give it to Ray on the business side. He's got the equipment. Ray's got the equipment to really blow up financially, right? I don't know.
And he's got the knowledge.
And he's got the knowledge, right? And he's got the experience on this skid steer, which not many people have, right? So
absolutely.
I think that if Ray can somehow get his mind mentally get off the fucking mower, right? And somehow get the mowing set. And just, I don't know if his machine can handle it, because it's an older machine, right? And he had a fire last year. So I think that if his machine can handle it, he could take the ball and run and make a killing financially with the skid steer. Because I think the mowing is holding him back. Because I heard him say in another video the other day that it seemed like he was more focused on the mowing. I could be wrong, but it seemed like he was more focused on the mowing than on the landscaping of the skid steer. If he can get that skid steer to work at least the minimum every fucking week, not a week to go by to have work every fucking week, he can, and then grow it from there, he can make a fucking killing. I mean, when I say a killing, I mean a killing.
Yeah.
And I think that it's holding him back. As far as personal wise, I got money in the bank to buy another machine, but why would I? I'm not saying, Ray, you're not listening, Ray. I'm not saying you to buy another fucking machine. I'm saying I don't know if your fucking machine. You're not listening. I'm not questioning whether you got money or not to buy a machine. I'm questioning whether the machine can do the work. If your machine can do the work, who the fuck is Castaway? Castaway.
I have no fucking clue. But the whole thing is Ray, we don't give a fuck about how much motherfucking money you got. The whole thing is that you need to learn, like I said, a snitch talks. You need to learn to shut the fuck up and show us the actual work. Nobody gives a shit about how much money you got, bro. It's the knowledge that you have. You need to show us, and you need to not even portray. You need to put that knowledge out there in a way that individuals are going to learn from it. We don't want to hear about the controversy. We don't want to hear about that you're eating dinner with Shane and his fucking blind ass wife. We're not trying to hear about all that shit. We're not trying to hear about that you're giving fucking Brandon and fucking motherfucking Terry motherfucking handies. We're not trying to hear about all that. We're trying to hear about the knowledge about how motherfucking you're selling the business and how you're cutting the trees and how you're motherfucking using the bobcat. That's the knowledge that individuals out here in Lawncare world want to hear. We're not hearing about all the other bullshit, man. And stop playing the fucking sides. Stop playing the fucking sides, bro. You over here in the chat, keep it real. Keep it fucking real.
Wait, I think you're missing. Unless I'm misreading here, I think you're missing my point. I'm saying is I don't know if your machine can handle it. If your machine can handle it, then great. What I'm saying is I think if you can run the ball with the machine every fucking week, if you can get the work, focus on getting the work to run it every week, you can really financially really fucking grow. You say you have money in the bank, trust me. Listen,
all of us got money in the bank, right?
Trust me. when you want real fucking money, you gotta get that fucking money running every fucking week.
Right.
There's some truth. Listen, you can make a little bit of money fucking mowing. Then you can make money you got mowing, then you got your landscaping, mulching and area and then you got your fucking skid steer and your hardscape, right?
Virgil, that's the thing.
It's on a fucking ladder. So
Virgil,
that's all I'm saying.
Virgil,
I'm not being offensive to your fucking machine or money. Listen,
Virgil, he's not talking about you being
I'm the last person
Virgil,
on this fucking planet you want to compare fucking dicks with. Well, I'm just
Virgil,
trying to tell you.
He's not saying that. He's not saying that you're offensive. He's saying that I'm being offensive. But the thing is that I'm not being offensive. I'm just being real with you, Ray. And ain't nobody trying to hear about how fucking much money you got. We already sat here. I've already sat here and I said, I respect your hustle. I respect your business. I respect your knowledge. But the things that you have done, you played the sides. That's all I've said, Ray. You just keep tossing out this and that and this and that and this and that. And now the actual individual that has 30 to 50 motherfucking employees is trying to tell you that as long as you can get the motherfucking Bobcat to work weekly, you can make mad money. You could.
Mad money.
And let's just keep it real. You're a one-man band. You're a one-man show right now. It doesn't matter if you have 1, 2 employees. You're still a one-man band, bro.
Yeah, Ray, let me address this real quick. And this is where a lot of guys have this wrong, right?
One Love is going to be a whole entire video, dirty.
Listen,
I'm going to be a whole video, Ray. You guys know that, right? This motherfucker about to talk shit about me for a whole fucking video.
When Chick-fil-A opens up a new restaurant, right? I'm gonna have a second Chick-fil-A in my fucking neighborhood. You think when Chick-fil-A opens up a new restaurant, they think, well, you know what? I don't know how we're gonna open it. We don't how we're gonna get employees. You gotta hustle then to get the right employees. Right? If your employees suck or they can't keep up with the work, then that's your fault. Because you know what? It's your name on that business, right?
Selfie.
That's a selfie moment where you gotta take a selfie. Hey, you know what? This is my fault. I'm fucking up here because you are. If your employees are not cutting it, then it's your fault, right?
And hold on, time out, Virgil. Ray, you cannot talk about an individual being offensive when you have talked all the shit that you've talked on your fucking videos, bro. You can never tell anyone ever fucking again that somebody's fucking offensive after you talked all the fucking shit that you talked. Ain't nobody trying to hear this. That's the world's smallest violin playing My Heart Bleeds to You. You can never talk that kind of fucking shit ever fucking again. Because on this fucking panel, ain't nobody trying to hear that bullshit. You being a little bitch right now. And don't ever play that fucking card ever fucking again. Because it does not fucking work over here. And that's just motherfucking facts. Homeboy.
I'm gonna let Jim talk because I'm going on too many rants here.
I don't have any beef. I don't.
Jim's just going at it. Jim's just loving it right now. Jim's just like, okay.
The only thing that I like, what we were talking about earlier, is the fact that when I watch Ray, just raise the topic. We'll carry on. And
well, it doesn't have to be Ray.
Well, Ray's not alone. There's other people that I see doing the same thing, but you know, it's nobody that's in law and land. It is the employees, and I've said this to Ray on his own video. This isn't no news from me to Ray. In dealing with the employees, I'd have kicked them down the road in a heartbeat. I'd take myself down to 50 fucking yards and do it myself if that was my option. However, Zach trips me out because Zach.
Hold on, I can't read this shit.
Zach ebbs and flows, and he gets 6 good months out of him, maybe 3 good months, and then it's a 180. Recently, and since he hired, I keep wanting to say Carlo because he's in here, and that's not right. He seems to straighten his shit out, and to some degree. But when I was watching from his last video, Ray, where's your damn videos? Because it's been like 3 days. Is it seems like Zach's on that run again in this direction, and there's only so many times that I could do that, but I have spent a lot of time in my past with employees, with 13 of them to 15 of them running around on a daily basis for 40 hours of my ass, fine tuning my craft as to who I hire, how, and why, so that to eliminate that. And not that you can 100%. There's always going to be the asshole that needs to be the next one out. But when you compare that with 13 people versus 2, you see what I'm saying? It's less stressful when you look at the whole numbers. And even now, with everything being subcontracted, it's me and Mike have a great relationship because that dude will get shit done and then these days and then tell me about it. He doesn't need to nickel and dime my phone on every little thing. He looks around and goes, but that didn't go as planned. He knows well enough to think ahead that, the last 3 times that this happened, this is what Cody said to do. And he just does it. And because he knows I'm not going to be worried about it. And I need people that are forward thinking, and he owns a business. He should be forward thinking. But you can find employees. But like I said before Ray came in here, I don't know what your pool is in your section of Georgia. But me personally, I would be looking to I'm sorry, Francisco. Thank you. I would be looking to take Francisco and run with it, and whether you have to add from him forward or subtract. Maybe you're doing that. I don't know. You haven't discussed that on video yet. But you had Zach, and you had Francisco. Now they're kind of like this with each other. I would take Francisco up here and see where Zach wound up after that.
Listen, having a lot of employees is not bad. But if Francisco is clutch, right? You move him up in a position, have him as a supervisor, as a foreman over your crew. You're not when you get more employees, you're not talking to your employees every day. You don't need to talk to your employees every day. If you got 1 or 2 or 3 foremen, those are the only 3 people you need to talk to every day, right? Unless it's an HR issue, vacation, take time off, scheduling.
It goes downhill.
There's no reason for you to talk to all those 13 people. You talk to your foreman, and that's it. Your foreman is going to be talking to the rest of you guys. You don't need to delegate.
I had 3 foremen and 1 supervisor. David ran the show. And like I said, I could leave. I could go out of town to a concert, or I could go halfway down the world to Costa Rica, Panama, Belize, Colombia, wherever the fuck it was we were going next. And David, I could disappear for a month and know that David had got business done. And I did that. I couldn't tell
because you draw goddamn pictures. You draw fucking pictures for a fucking living.
You make yourself a punch list, right? You put down your foreman's name. I'm sorry. You make yourself a little punch list.
That's true, Ken.
I'm horrible.
Shut up, Jim.
Sorry. You make yourself a punch list, right? You give it to your foreman with the routes, and you're only dealing with them. You're not dealing with fucking 13 employees.
Right.
You don't need to talk to your employees for what? Unless you or your wife, and not the video I wanted to make on. I really want to make on teamwork, where people have their spouses involved. Listen, you got to build a team, right? Everyone's got to build a team, right? Like Jim has his wife, Nick has Sierra. I mean, I used to have my wife or my kids were involved. You got to build a team, whether they're physical or they're VR. Like we use Upwork a lot for documents, or you can use fucking Fiverr or whatever, right? So you got to build yourself a team. You don't need to talk to your 13 employees. Listen, scaling your business is also not for everyone. I just feel that if you run with it, that's where you can go. When I hear people say, well, I don't know, I can't get good employees, to me, that's a fucking bullshit answer, right? Because that means you're not doing your job as a business owner, unless you don't want to grow. You're not doing your job as a business owner to really grow, right? Remember, like I mentioned earlier, right? You fire fast, hire slow. You know what I mean? That's where it has to go. Otherwise, you'll never grow. You're fucking spinning on that. You're on that rat wheel. Who the fuck wants to be on that rat wheel? Most of us we're almost at the same age.
That's what I see is the rat wheel. And Ray, if two people don't show up, you deal with it. That's part of the. That's when you, roll the dice and you scale and you step back. Every day you wake up and throw the dice against the wall, dude.
If I gotta run on the sweet sweeper, I run the fucking sweeper. If I gotta get on the zero turn, weed eat, fucking run the sprayer, it don't fucking matter. I do it then if we can't get the fucking employees. But there's plenty of employees out there. It's your job to keep hustling to find them. I'll tell you what, while you two guys are working, Zach and Francisco, you should be fucking, when you're going home at fucking Sammy time, guess what? While you're doing your fucking Sammy time, having your sandwich, go on Indeed, post something on Indeed, and try to find something new. Because if Zach's not cutting it, you know what? While you're on fucking Sammy time or home and doing whatever you're doing, guess what? You should be finding people. That's what you should be doing.
Hey, Zach is smoking crack. Zach is smoking crack when he's not with you, bro.
Talked about this the other day. To be straight out there with you, Ray, and is what he just said is that if you and Bo could do those yards in the summer, Francisco and Zach can do those yards. I'm just saying, as you would say.
Hey, I have no clue who the fuck Zach is, and I have no clue who fucking Bo is, and I definitely don't know who the fuck KLC is. But the whole thing is I don't even know you, Ray. I don't give a fuck about you, Ray. All I know is that I respect your motherfucking business and I respect your hustle. All I've been saying is Ray, stop playing the fucking sides. Tell it how it is that your two employees didn't show up. You don't need to say names. The only reason why you're saying names is because you're selling the controversial. That's all it is. That's all I gotta say.
I think from a business point of view,
Not me.
if Ray, it's not for me either. I ain't got no base for Ray. I hear it too. Actually, I hear some kind of feedback. I just feel like,
that's an ugly fucking dog. That's an ugly ass dog, bro.
That's
fucking ankle biter.
he said he's gonna bite the fuck out of you for that shit.
Wait, Ray has one of those. Wait a minute, doesn't Ray have one of those?
Yes, Ray's got one of these.
Ray.
Yeah.
This fucking guy. Anyway, listen. So,
Ray sees it. He sees it.
2 fucking hours? God damn, man.
We're doing a third more money than we did with Bo. Listen, growing is also not for everyone, and I understand that. I don't know, and again, it's just my way I'm wired. I don't know why people don't want to really grow because I say it all the time. There's got to be a fucking end game here, right? Me, Ray, Jim, Flo, we're all in that same age bracket. You know what I mean? So there's got to be an end bracket, an end game, and I feel like when I watch these guys fucking working, they're not making money. So that way they can fucking retire. You know what I mean? And that's where people, it should be thought of in the beginning, but we don't, right? Just like when I talked about when I did a video, I did a whiteboard video. When I did the how to get a winter fund, right? I made the video, remember the 5 steps to make a winter fund. I did a live and I did a whiteboard. So, which is a great video, I want you to know. So, but I just feel that, like I said before, I feel like if Ray can hire the right guys, and And I'm sorry, Ray. When you're fucking doing fucking your Sammy time, you should be on Indeed or wherever the fuck you do your hiring down south over there. You gotta hustle yourself to find the right fucking people and put the right people in place. If Francisco is the guy that people respect and knows his shit, then Francisco, you hire up, you pay Francisco a little bit more, or you give him an incentive. All you guys should have some kind of incentive, but you just give Francisco an incentive. And on that incentive, let's say you guys are just doing fucking lawns. You give them an incentive or give him an incentive on how many lawns they have to get done that day. But there also has to be a separate form when they fuck up for when customers call, this guy didn't weed eat here, or this guy broke this, or whatever. But in order for you to scale, that's what you have to do. You got to put people in place. Don't get intimidated by getting fucking 10 people, 15 people, who the fuck it is. You're not talking to those fucking people. Matter of fact, I don't want to sound mean, but who the fuck cares about the other fucking people? You just care about them. Care about your supervisors, because when I say care, I mean work-wise, because they're the ones that you need to communicate, because they're the ones that you're going to hold responsible in the beginning when there's fuck-ups. Right? So they're like your generals, if you think about it. And I know it's not for everyone, but you have to think about it. You're in your fucking 50s. Someone else fucking messaged me like a week ago, said if you watch Ray, fucking he can barely fucking walk. And I didn't watch it because, to be honest with you, I haven't had much time. But think about it. You're in your fucking 50s. How much longer are you going to be able to fucking mow? Right? What happened?
With what I think that, and that relates to what KLC, what Ken just said is you got it when you're an actor, you got to look at it from this point of the fact that how much longer do you even just want to deal with it? It's not even necessarily about scaling. It's about kind of making it become mailbox money. You're not out there beating yourself up. Put yourself in AC's history or let them deal with the bullshit.
Yeah.
Here's the thing, all right? Ray just said, I'm not an actor. I turn on the camera, and that's what it is, right? In my own little words. Ray, you're on social media, bro. You playing the snot. You playing the snot. Doing whatever the fuck you do. You got a great business. When you turn on the camera, you are an actor. You are trying to portray an individual of a business owner or whatever. You got to portray the good end. But when you start playing the sides is when you get what you're getting right now. You getting the chin check, or from what we call from the pen, you getting the trade checked in, bro. And I love everything that you're doing, Ray. But how you portray it is fucked up. It's really fucked up, bro. It's really, really fucked up. I don't know you. Just like you had said earlier. I don't know you from the motherfucking hole in the ground. But I do know you from social media. And I know that you got a crackhead, well, actually 2 crackheads that work for you. And if they both don't show up, you need to hire another motherfucking crackhead. And that's just this fucking industry.
Ken, you're right. Scaling is not for everyone. I'm saying this because Ray is around my age, around Jim's age. There has to be an end game. And I worry. Y'all both in the
motherfucking retirement home with goddamn grasshopper.
I don't know about that. I'm worried that Ray is I'm more long term, right? And that's my issue with YouTube. That people don't talk about certain things. They don't talk about their end game. They don't talk about doing things the right way, or what I feel is the right way. You know what I mean? So, like these fake checks that I heard about earlier, I was doing the fake check thingy. But I just there's an easier way of doing your business, right? And I don't remember how to. I don't remember how we even got the rate from it, but I thought we were talking about chaining them. But anyway, Ray, that's what it was. We were talking about Ray because Ray had the perfect opportunity. He's got the equipment. He's got the extra truck. He's got Ray's in the perfect spot where he can really blow up financially and blow up his company.
And he's got the knowledge. And
Ray does have the knowledge, and he's got the experience on that fucking skid steer. So if you think about it, he's really in the perfect spot to really fucking grow. So Ray says the end game is to make as much money as I can and bank my money and invest in something. Well, listen, if that's your end game and you have an end game, then all the power to you, bro. You know, I hope you get. I hope you get to wherever you're getting, or wherever you're trying to grow. You know what? I think that feedback's coming from Nick. But,
your mic is all screwed up. You're muffled.
Yeah, your mic's all fucked up, Nick. So I really think that.
Hold on. Did you just call me Mick or Nick?
It is his mic.
He said Nick.
Yeah, I said Nick.
Okay.
It is his mic. So, not everybody wants to or lives happy life with more pleasure. I agree with how Virgil was being completion. But I do know it's not always by the book, and there are ways to make it simpler. Yeah, listen, I don't do shit. You think when I drive fucking or do what I gotta do, it's always by the fucking book? Fuck no. Listen, I'm the one that preaches when you're starting off in Lawncare, you should be banking as much cash as possible. So I just think that Ray's in that spot where he can really fucking blow up. And I think Ray's in a Ray is in the way of Ray. I think Ray's holding himself back, if that makes sense. Not sure if that made sense at all to anybody, but that's how I feel.
Because in a lot of ways, I'll be honest, I think we all do it from time to time. I'm in it right now because I'm at a big crossroads and with what's going on with the landscaping and pressure washing, the property, and where I want to go. And I mean, we've talked about it for hours, Virgil, behind the scenes. And there's a lot of times that I look back and I go, Jesus Christ, I just spent 4 days in my head and haven't resolved anything yet. There's a point where I've got to like fucking just pull the trigger, roll the dice, and if it flops, fucking pick my teeth up off the ground and do it again, you know. But it's that in itself does get harder as we get older. That's another reason for bringing this up with Ray. It's not like you're 30 years old and you don't have any kids or any hardcore responsibilities or anything. There's got to be some defined planning there because it's not easy, especially for me. It's not. But I started this when I was single and had my own house and just decided I didn't know a dime to anybody's ass when I jumped out here. Nobody, nothing. And so to the gear that I need to switch right now affects me, 3 kids, a wife, a house, a condo, 100 acres, another business partner, and then it ripples from there. And so it sometimes it can lock me up to where I just, I don't know what to do. You know, it's like, because if I do fuck up, I can eat peanut butter and jelly. Doesn't mean a fuck to me. Yeah. But the last thing I want to do is fuck up other people's shit. So it's different. It's different. It's
very true. And Ray, listen.
Time out real quick. I gotta help Sierra put twins up.
I
love all you guys. Ray, I love you, man. I respect everything that you're doing, man, but I don't respect your social media thing. And I'll stand on that. Will. Give me a call. Have Brittany tell you to call me because she needs to remind you. Guys, I'm out.
Love you, man.
Later, man.
Yeah, Ray, listen. I'm the type of person where I said it earlier. If I'm fucking up, someone should say, listen, Virgil, you're fucking up. this is not right. You're dropping the ball here or whatever. And I think everybody needs that little outside looking in because we all get tunnel vision once in a while. You know what I mean? Because we get caught up in everything else. You know, that's why I stress so much about. That's why I stress so much about the on all the commercial sites, the entrances, the exits, and the path to the leasing offices. The reason why I stress that because just like us, people get tunnel vision, right? So like when I stress that because when people that work in the offices, right, what are they doing? They see the main entrance looks fucking great, nice and clean. The mulch, there's no fucking weeds. The flowers are all nice and pretty. The exit the same way. As they get in their car, out of the car, and they walk into the leasing inside the office. Guess what? The path looks nice and neat. The mulch beds look great. There's no fucking weeds. You know why? Because they have their other shit in their mind. What's going on at home? What's going on at work? And they're like this. But they see that one thing out of place. Guess what? They're gonna think the whole fucking place looks like shit. In business, we get the same thing sometimes. We get fucking tunnel vision because we're trying to put out all these little fucking fires, right? And sometimes I don't know if that makes sense or not, but
yeah.
So me, right? I see somebody shit on YouTube, and I just want to scream like, and I'm not saying I fucking know everything, but my wife and I, we haven't been in this industry for a long time and gone through what we business wise and employees wise and. It's definitely been, we've definitely learned a lot, and we definitely have a lot to share. That's for sure. But I just, not fucking picking on you. You know what I mean? Just saying. I personally think you got the perfect shot to really fucking grow and really boom. And then when I hear, that one comment though that you made, well, I don't know, I got to find good employees. Listen, you can find good employees when you're on semi-time and shit. You got the perfect opportunity. Because I really think you can really blow up your business. You can really make some fucking bank. So, and listen, you're knocking, and I've heard, what's it? Someone else made a comment too about what they make on YouTube, the 160, 200 bucks, whatever. Listen, this is what people don't understand. You got two benefits and more from YouTube, right? Because it helps the algorithm with Google, right? Because I've said this before so many times. YouTube is owned by the second largest search engine in the world. So when they Google, guess what? It helps you when you Google search. Second, you can actually make certain videos private just for your customers. And you can send customers to your I would have your fucking videos on there with your dog and your fucking employees and shit. But which is a topic in itself. Nick brought that up earlier, and I gotta agree with him. You know what I mean? First of all, no one should be dogging the fucking employees. You get dog your employees, you got fucking more issues than one. But as far as business-wise, you can really fucking grow. And YouTube should be one of your tools to help you grow because you need tools, right? So, I don't know. I don't know if anything I just said tonight made sense. If it did, great. If not, go fuck yourselves.
and what Ray said a minute ago with, hold on, let me go back to direct reference. It got kind of chatty in there for a second. Says, I don't want to look one day and realize I spent all this time and lost it all. No, that's not what I'm looking for. Oh yeah, because of one bad move. Yeah, that is what I was referencing. That's where I kind of am, and I think that's where sometimes we have to get out of our own heads because Ray, think about it. And I'm preaching. I'm probably telling you as much as I'm telling myself right now. Or that should be backwards. But anyway, is that you're probably not going to fail. The odds of you failing are probably slim to none because look at the experience you have. Look at what you can look back on and see the bullshit that's coming and stop it short. As long as it's not some crazy monetary investment or loan that, somewhere, somehow, some way you don't have control over. And to give an example of that, the one thing I'm not doing right now is I am looking to throw some serious cash at something, but one of my first things that I was thinking about doing about a year and a half ago was getting back into the forestry mulching because some government contracts were coming up that I knew I could get. And it would have easily put 3 machines and 3 trucks, 3 trailers out there full time. They'd still be going now. But well, now I watch the guy that got the contracts. Every time I go to the property, I see their progress down the highways, on the secondary highways. I didn't pull the trigger because it would have been a $600,000 to $700,000 investment. Could I have made that happen? Yes. But I didn't want to throw that much risk out there, even with a government contract in place, because what if I was that bound and I just got tired of that kind of work? Because that's why that's why I sold that machine in 2014, is because I was just got tired of the grind that is involved behind it. But there's a shit ton of money behind it, a shit ton. But when I was, how old was I? 28, 29, 30 years old, when I bought my first forestry mulcher, the first 3, that was over $350,000. I didn't give a shit. Give it to me. I'm running with it, and I'm going to make a shit ton of money. I've got a different attitude now because of the things that I have. So I understand where you're trying to be a little bit hesitant and more secure about things. But at the same time, there's, you got to punch at something. You do have to roll the dice, and maybe it is baby steps, because that's kind of where I am. I'm going to say, okay, I'm going to take this amount of money and I'm going to throw it over here to either expand what I'm doing now or buy a company. That's where I am, and merge everything together. And there's a lot of safety in buying an established business because it's established. I don't have to jump out here and grow. I don't have to get up every day and fight and try to over market it to keep somebody busy and also maintain what's already going on. And neither do you, is where I'm going with it. You are there. If you just find the guy that allows you to step back and step into the skid steer, you're in good shape. Because it's a lot easier to run a skid steer than it is to be out in the heat on the mowers and stuff. And because I know that's not where I want to go. And that's all, again, I've looked at pest control businesses, other landscape businesses, and a lawn care business now, and one other one. Oh, maid service. And somewhere I'm going to pull the trigger. I haven't found the perfect one. I thought I was going to buy the pest control company, but they focus 75% of their business is bed bugs, and they're making a shit ton of money at it. But I don't want anything to do with bed bugs. I don't want anything to do with that shit, man. Because the thought of coming home and then being in my house, even though I have the ability to treat them, fuck that. Nope, those fuckers are creepy, nasty. Nope, don't want them. End rant.
Is that your rant for the evening? I don't know. Well, tonight went on a weird turn, huh? So that's what I think about, like with Ray's business. I really think, I don't know. I said before, that's what I think. I think he should hire, keep people in place and just grow, and that way he's not putting his body through more shit. You know what I mean? So, but as far as the personal stuff go and treating employees, I have a very strong opinion about that. You know what I mean? I don't think you should be sharing certain shit. You definitely shouldn't be talking down to your employees. That's always been one of my things. You know what I mean? So, Ray said he's not on Google. He's not. He says, I'm not even on Google, man, and I'm covered up at work. I hear you, man. I just...
And I could get that. The thing is, with Ray, you've been in business how many years? 16, 17, 18, something like that. You've got a log. And even if you got a CRM program where you are sending out emails to all those people that are still workable, and they haven't passed away, moved somewhere else, or told you to... you're probably better off without Google to some degree to just get yourself to where you're doing a lot less of the work.
Yeah, whenever the word Google, I was referring it also, referencing also to the whole YouTube thing. You know what I mean? How you can use YouTube as your advantage, because besides using it for to help you with the algorithm, you can also make videos in private so you can show work to your customers. You know what I mean? You send them the link, and this is the work we've done, yada yada yada, for bigger projects. You don't have to do it, but I think everyone should be taking advantage of YouTube. Because like I said, if you don't need the Google part of it, the algorithm part, you can use it. So, like I said, just make videos private for your customers. You know what I mean? You can make them separate and you can send them to your customers and shit. So.
Or use the same videos and just edit them different, create a whole different channel that they can log into.
Oh yeah. So that's just my point. You know what I mean? I'm not saying I have all the answers to everything, but as far as talking about certain channels, if I can play clips of certain channels and just audit them without getting in trouble, that'd be the shit right there. 'Cause I'll tell you right now, little Mike Andes, I got a lot of shit to say there. So, but I'm not saying everything he does is wrong. Listen, like I said earlier, we're all not going to see eye to eye, but I just I think that's the only other way, other than me trying to share the whiteboard and show and share somehow all our documents with everyone, and share everything how we do it. The only other way that I could think that I can make it relatable is by discussing other channels and what they were doing on those channels, because at least then it's also relatable to all the people in Lawland on YouTube. And they're like, oh yeah, I saw that video. I know what that person is. And I'm not taking shots, not being a fucking hater. And if people want to think that, all the power to them. If that's what makes the nipples hard. So me, that's the only way that I can see it making it relatable. Ray wrote down, I'm scared of Google part. What if I get 100 more customers? What do I do? What do you mean? If you get 100 customers, that's fucking great. Ray, think about it. You have the equipment. You've got the trucks. First of all, it's going to take you a while to get to 100, right? And as you scale, you're putting people in place. Listen,
and I would say this too.
You don't have to take
Ray. Ray's biggest problem seems to be that he said to me, and he said on videos, is finding the right people. If you can't find them in your pool or whatever, I'll go back to what I referenced about how to find out proper pricing. And I did this. What goes back to another thing that Virgil said earlier. In Charleston, when I lived there, me and 4 friends of mine, one of them has been a multi-millionaire, as in net, in this industry for decades. Other ones are very successful, and we had coffee every Wednesday morning and compared notes, bitched, moaned, complained, and figured things out. And I'm not telling you have to go do that. But what I would do is I would go find, you don't even need, it doesn't even need to be a landscape company. Find somebody that owns a scaled service business of any kind and ask them where their pool is coming from. How did they find 10 good employees and you can only find one? And you could probably find some answers.
Yeah, listen, you don't have to. You don't have to grow, right? That far ahead, because think about it. Like I said earlier, I mean, you don't do commercials, so I'm not going to talk about commercial, but residential is more your thing, right? Unfortunately, when residential is really first of all, you should be maxing 2 things. You should be maxing. I'm jumping ahead. You should be maxing. Well, you don't offer all the services, but you should be trying to max out every other service from the existing customers you have, right?
Yes, I'll say
because remember the video that you made where you were talking in the truck, where you said, well, remember, Ray, when you called the customer and the customer said, well, I didn't know you do tree work, and they got somebody else, right? So you should try to make it a point, and everyone, right? Doesn't matter what industry you're in, but everyone should try to make it a point that and not just once, you got to, unfortunately, a couple of times remind your customers about the different services that you offer. That way, when they think of lawn care or anything landscaping related, they only think of you.
Trees, tree work,
Well,
pine straw.
tree work, right?
The
So,
other thing is that if he gets 100 people calling him and tripping him out, well, the other thing is on the business end of it, you need to look at it this. That's supply and demand. You start raising your rates. Now you're making more money for less effort because you've got these funnel of people that you can replace an asshole with like that.
yeah, remember the other saying? Oh man, I'm probably going to butcher it. Oh man, get rid of the top or whatever, clean the bottom, whatever the fuck it is. I forgot the saying. I'm getting tired, but it's you can funnel out your bad customers, right? If 100 people call you, guess what? Like what I guess like what Jim's point is, you're weeding out the bad customers, then, right? You're putting in with good customers, but then you're also charging more because you can make more. And like you said, you even said earlier, I guess this is going to be a great topic tonight. So you even said earlier, you said that even you don't think or know how much even your body can take, right? Right? We're all in that little age bracket that you are in, right? Me, Jim, you, Float, right? And I'm sure there's many
Almost
other.
everybody is except for Jacob.
Yeah, right. And I'm sure there's other people in Lawland that are in the same age bracket, right? So we
not
have
far
to
behind.
think, yeah, or not far behind, right? So we have to think about it. So don't be scared of that number, the 100, right? Think of it as an opportunity how you can get rid of your shit customers and get other customers. Because think about it. How many customers do you have that are still paying an old price that you weren't able to raise their prices mowing wise, but now you can get another customer where you can actually raise the price and make more money off them. So it's I don't know.
It's a good thing if you have to reply to people going, I'm too busy. I'll be glad to take your information down. And if we have an availability open up, I will call you. But at this point in time, we can't take you on. And that creates demand. Now people are going, this guy, we'd love to have him, but we can't because he's booked out and we're on a list. You know how bad people want to be on a list? Badly. I've told people that shit when there was no fucking list. That's how I built the business, is making people feel like I'm in demand until I was in demand. It's scarcity has big money tied to it.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So Ken said.
Go ahead.
Ken says, so what's the takeaways from tonight's live? Virgil's getting a white bird for Christmas. Dirty hates bed bugs, and One Love is very loose with the term snitch. Well, yeah. So I don't understand the white bird for Christmas, but yeah, I guess everything else makes sense.
I think that was supposed to say board.
Oh, whiteboard, yes. Yeah, actually, I have two. Believe it or not, we have two whiteboards, but my wife keeps writing how much she loves me on them. There's this one here that you guys see, and we have one in the storage unit to the left, because the one for the right is strictly ferret and seed, and the one on the left is mowing and shit. Where I think I showed you, Jim, I don't know if I showed you with the X mark, zero turn sitting in there, where sometimes at the end of the day, you just throw shit in there, and you're like, the next day you're like, what the fuck?
Yep.
So I opened up that storage unit. I'm like, you got the X mark is right there at the edge. I got the fucking blower there. We right there. And sometimes shit is just, the end of the day, sometimes you're just fucking tired. We don't keep anything in the trailers. Nothing stays in the trailers. Nothing. And I just, man, I have so much crap. Like we picked up the, what the hell's that guy's name? The guy with the Ballard. We just picked up the Ballard Ox Lock, I think it's called. It's like a lock that goes over the trailer lock, and it's got an alarm on it.
I've seen those.
Yeah. So the enclosed and the open, nothing stays loaded. We had, I think I told you about a month ago, they had a huge break-in. They must have hit like 10 fucking storage units. They were looking for motorcycles or quads and shit. So we I don't know. I can't complain. I got a good crew right now. We're doing obviously other things. My business is constantly changing. Um, so and I'm constantly looking to buy somebody else out actually. So, but because my end goal, like I've said it before, is my end goal is just to sell, just to sell. I need to create something great that has multi-year contracts, that generates good money, and just make it nice and shiny. Putting chapstick on a pig
And that's where I
sell,
kind of am with this
sell
business
the
thing, is because I don't know that I can't ever have a business that's like solely mine. And that's why I'm taking some of the steps that I'm taking, because anything could happen to that business. Anything could happen to the property,
yeah.
or that whole dynamic. So I always have to, that's the other thing. I've always got a safety net in place. And
Yeah.
to me, it's a good thing, but I don't want to be a part of it. So I've got to scale. It was even a part when I started to do the subcontracting. On me, it's a lot easier because I know people that subcontract the lawn care, though. There's a couple of companies around here. That's all they do, is it's all subcontracted out. But with landscaping, it was easy for me because that's where me and Mike it made it easy, because there was no loss there, because we both just kind of gained some business off of each other. I fed him installs. He feeds me design work. And we don't have to worry about growing our payroll. So that worked out perfect. And that'll always stay over there. And down in Charleston, that's the other thing. That is down there. I need something here, and I need something that is kind of mailbox money. I don't have to be a boots on the ground with it every day. And if it works out perfectly with the property, well, then I'll get rid of these two over here, and that's when I will consider myself completely tapped out, because if that property, when that property is making money here real soon, I'll be honest with you. If people want to learn something here, I do well, but that property takes us to next level. The base model rental for that property, when we're done with it, the base model is going to rent just for these people to have their ass on the property, to have the rights to drive through the gate, is $8,000 to $13,000 a day. That's one event. We're going to put multiples out there. Within 5 years, think of how much one Saturday is putting in our pockets just for people to drive through a fucking gate. We're not doing anything for them after that. That's the right to be there. If you want other shit, there's more money involved. But are we going to do it? No. We're going to call Mr. Tent Company. We're going to call the band. We're going to call the DJ. And a lot of that we don't even want to fuck with. Tell your wedding planner to make those phone calls. But sometimes we will, if it's something we need to handle and feel like we want to have control of. And that's going to be more money, because now you're taking me out of my house or out of the backside of the property and can't light a joint up and enjoy my day because you need a tent. More money. Again, that's my plan, because if I could get to where I'm only on that property and that's the only thing I'm worried about and it's making my money, I'm retired, because I'll always be doing something. There's no way I can't. It wouldn't happen with me. I could have $20 million and I'm going to have my fingers in something. You're muted, man.
Sorry, I was talking to my wife. That's why that's why my kids don't think that I'll ever not be doing something, that I won't be retired.
Dude, my dad is 70. How old am I? My dad's 74 years old. He swore to God he was going to retire in his 50s. He didn't do it. You know why? Only because he didn't want to. But he downsized. That motherfucker he downsized on purpose actually before that a little bit. But I mean, he had 60, 70 fucking employees for landscaping, dude. That's for 3 different cities. Now, Athens, Georgia, Myrtle Beach area, Charleston, and some guys went down to Savannah at times. And it was more than that. I mean, they did golf course renovations. They did roads and all this other shit and drainage. Infrastructure? That's the word I'm trying to spit out. But it could have walked on, but he didn't, because he always needs to be doing something. At 65, he promised my mom he was going to retire. We're almost 10 years later. But it's because he's so hands off too. He has the people in place to where he can keep his fingers muddled up in it and keep himself occupied, and go to the property in North Carolina for 4, 5, 6 weeks and not have to worry about anything. That's all I want too. That's all I want, because I need to be doing something.
Well, Float said you could always sell catnip. And Ray made a comment earlier about learning. Listen, we're all constantly learning, right? I still got to take certain freaking classes every fucking year because we need certain credits. I'm constantly reading either lawn and landscaping architecture, or fucking. I'm constantly reading something because shit constantly fucking changes, constantly. But what worked 5 minutes ago might not work 5 minutes from now anymore. We're all constantly learning, all of us. Because I think we are.
It is a constant evolution. It never stops. I mean, it's like even just industry standards from 1998. You were successful if you had 2 42-inch walk behind fucking Lescos. If you were in that level, you were doing something, in some random snapper, your commercial end rider for larger commercial properties. Now a walk behind, that's like starter package, and but with the technology at that point in time, it's totally different. I mean, you go back to 1998, you would have seen 3, 4, 5 guys on commercial properties with walk behind 52s.
I remember those.
And if you didn't have that, if it was large enough, it would probably be a finish blade mower behind, on a 3-point hitch behind a tractor for open fields. The ZTRs were, when they came on, they changed the game when they came on, full force.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what the law is down by you, down south, Ray. I mean, there's a lot of money in fur, right? And it's not.
I think I have George's book. Hold on. Y'all go ahead.
The thing about the fur game is, right, you got to think about it this way. It's volume, because you're not on the property that long, right? And you're knocking out 20 to 30 a day. You know what I mean? So it's volume. But many guys actually leave mowing just to go to the fur game. Perfect example, Johnny Moe. And Johnny Moe, if you go back in Johnny Moe's videos, he used to say in the beginning that he was not against it, but he didn't think there was much money in the fur game. Johnny Moe's completely changed. He's trying to get out of mowing and get into the fur game because the money is insane. But he said, no matter how old you are, there's still things to learn. It's such an asset. So many people reach certain age think nobody can teach them anything. Brittany, that is very true. That's very true.
That's why I like talking to everybody. I mean, it's from Will to Brian to Virgil. And Ken and everybody else in here, but I'm gonna keep it to Virgil, Will, and Brian because we talk them a lot behind the scenes. I learn shit all the time. Is it necessarily applicable at the moment? No, but I can't think of anything specific. But I'm like, Virgil does this and does that. It's what made me think about getting back into pest control. Virgil and actually Acme, it's like, damn, I kind of missed that game. And if I got out of it because my OCD shit doesn't like me being around chemicals too much, and I just kind of like scare myself with it or something. But to put some other people in the seat and let them have at it, that's fine. And that's why I've begun to look at it again. And it's I would like to go that way if I could find the right business. But Ray, here's one for you, right here. Dan Miller. I mean, 48 days to the work I love. Is that work you love? Sorry. Read that book. I have everybody see me reference my books upstairs in the office. I got a whole nother bookshelf. Hold on, where am I? Right there. I've got a whole nother bookshelf in the den full of books. We can't read enough shit. Everybody talks about Google. I mean, even if you have to do that, do it. But buy the books so that you have the knowledge at your fingertips. You don't have to go back through bookmarks or something. It's in your face to pick it up and do it and reference shit. That's still faster than Google, actually, if you have the material in your house. That's why books still sell well today.
That is
read
true.
some books, figure shit out, you know. But what I was looking for was the Georgia State book for pest control. And all that shit.
Yeah,
I got it in.
For PA, it's like, I want to say each book is like that thin, right? It's about maybe 20, 30 pages. But there's like 8 of them that you got to read and study up on. So, Float says, dirty, you decline Float's calls. Yeah. What are you going to do?
Yeah, I do. I've got that where I haven't blocked him yet. I don't feel that bad for him yet. So I've got it where it goes directly to voicemail.
That's fucked up. Damn, Float, you go straight to voicemail? Ken said, more services, high profit, like Bobcat. Mowing for me is almost a lost leader.
But Ray, also, if you wanted to get your license, it costs you like $300, dude. It costs you $75 for the book. It costs you $75 to take a test, and it's gonna cost you about another $75 to get it all to process the paperwork. And poof, you've got a license, man. You just have to know the basics, some basic math. You gotta know, your parts per gallon per million, being scattered all across how many acres at what speed and all that bullshit. And you got to learn how to calibrate basic math.
The easiest thing is always think 1,000. Put that formula in your head.
Round down.
Yep, 1,000 square feet. You can figure out what you need for 1,000 square feet. You can just multiply from there. Like for PA, right? We got all these fucking. I always do this wrong. This one. Then you got to read fucking development into integrated, which is IPM, right? Then you got to read about fucking moles and voles. A lot of people even know what voles are, but oh my god, this is bringing back memory. There's your voles. I don't know if you guys deal with voles. Then you got your fucking your mites and shit, your moss in the fucking lawn. There's all this shit that when you order, well, these are a little old. This was all from Penn State. You know what I mean? Yep. So, like when you order here in PA, and then spray drift, which is important. That's also these are all just shit that you gotta fucking read, and then there's
the funny thing is drift.
There's the application
thing to me.
Oh, that makes sense if you guys read that, and then you get. Well, you don't get one of those, but hold on, man.
We'll get one of those, but you get a backhoe. I have one.
And then you get one of these. Well, these are 2. That's New Jersey, and there's your PA. I suck at this, huh? I need a cameraman. But it's the fur game is a different animal. I got something Ray ain't got. Well, I got a couple things Ray ain't got, but look at this motherfucker, huh? Let's get rid of that fucking thing. Look at this fucking thing.
Oh shit! Check that out.
My wife made that.
No shit! Wow.
Yeah. But you never seen a big. This thing is huge. But nobody seen a fucking wooden 0-turn model like this one.
No.
That's hot. Yeah, my wife made that for me.
Yeah, Neil. There's a lot of people in your area they want their Bahia grass for their horses. And
This from
it.
2010. My wife framed this. Our first dollar. But yeah, memory lane here. This shit.
Later, Jacob.
They're leaving. Float said goodnight. Love always wins.
Oh, night float.
Love float.
See that? I saw Jacob's.
That fucking guy. Later, Jacob. You fucking prick, you. Well, they can help you with the first stuff in our area. Cruz says my area, it's not profitable. Most just want mow and go. Everyone with a truck and a mower, lawn starts doing lawns for $25-$30 bi-weekly. Screw that. Listen, like then you have to find if lawn care is going to be, well, it doesn't matter what business you're in. We're talking about lawn care, but if there's not a demand for lawn care in your area, then unfortunately you're going to have to make a route outside that area. There's a saying, follow the money, right? So you just got to make a route not around there then, you know, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that's when I first started.
So
Lawn care was the thing, obviously, around me, but I wanted to go straight for the money, which was 55 minutes away on a private island. One of the first, there's everything around here has got gates on it now, but back then there was only 1, 2, 3, there's only like 4 private large communities.
yeah.
And so I had to drive a good distance to get to any of those, because around me, you have to island hop. You don't just drive down the road. You got to go over bridges. You got to go around your elbow to get your asshole a lot.
Yeah.
You can be close by. I could literally swim over to the island in 2 minutes, but to drive takes 45. But these islands are highly desired, especially Kiowa, because that's a gated town. That and Seabrook. That is 2 towns, 2 legal entities that you can't get into unless you got a pass. And it's not just a neighborhood. They're 2 towns with gates and guards at the entrance that says, unless you're asked to be here, you're not coming in. Well, that's where I wanted to be.
I was going to say those.
I didn't want so-and-so's yard. I wanted big ticket out the gate. Give me one job, big money, and I can go from there. Fuck $40.
Those are the neighborhoods you want. You know what I mean? Do the same for all the money, man. Yeah, Brittany, she made me this.
That's cool.
She made me this one. She made this, but she put the whole thing together for this, and then this mask. This thing's actually huge. Actually, the camera does not do it justice.
That's cool as shit. Is that balsam wood?
Yeah, dude, it's heavy, and she built that. Dude, just making the wheels took forever because these are little discs, believe it or not. That's not one wheel. That's not one piece.
Oh, shit. I see it now.
Yeah. Dude, there's a lot of detail in this 0-ton that she made me.
Damn. That's wild.
Yeah. Yeah, I've never seen. So she has that, and she made there's an Apache helicopter upstairs. That's
nice.
Yeah. The Apache helicopter is pretty cool. I'm sorry?
I'm sorry. I know Georgia reciprocates with South Carolina, so I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, Georgia has an online course that you can take, not necessarily for the book, because most states make you pay for that shit, as they should. But you can take study tests as many times as you want online, so that you got your shit together and you know what you're going in there to get. South Carolina even offers free study courses. And so, someone from Clemson or whatever will come down and, to one of their branches in your town or here in my town, like once a week, and they'll hold a night class on and basically coach you through what you need to know to pass the test as well. So if you got questions and kind of like being in person with somebody physically, you can go to those two. And I'm pretty sure Georgia does that as well.
Ray said that must be an X mark. I don't know.
It ain't no skag.
No. Speaking of skags, I got a text message from
She forgot the red paint.
yeah. Yeah. We actually have to get a bagging unit for our X mark, but we who
Like
is
the
it?
big 3-bag system.
Yeah, but yeah, because it's just cleanups and shit. Well, because most of our residentials are not including the ones that from the company we just bought, but the 80 something that are normally ours, not including the other 30. I've showed you video and talked to you. They're all on golf courses and shit, right? So usually with fall cleanups, they're supposed to go to the curb. So basically, 3-4 guys, you're blowing it on tarps and they're using the X mark more likely, they're tying it to the back and they're dragging the tarps to the curb, and the township on certain days picks it up. So word is like Warmest and all them, the township might stop picking it up, awarding the contracts.
Wow.
Because it's not the township. The township, let me rephrase it. The township, it's not the township employees. They actually send out the bid to other landscapers who have bigger systems, and they're the ones that win the bids to pick up all the leaves from everyone's curbs, right? So we've always done it like that, where we pull it to the curb, and we usually use the 0 turns and shit with tarps and shit and just dump it there. Where we were told that certain towns like Lower Makefield, which I'll talk about in a second, they word is they're going to stop that because it's money costing taxpayers and shit. So they're bitching about that because that went up. But even that's the other thing about YouTube, that when I see not to bring on Mike Gaines again, but he's like, oh, just knock on doors and shit. This is what people don't talk about when it comes to knocking on doors. On most townships, I don't know if it's like this by you, Jim, or like this by Ray, but a lot of townships, like when you get to the nicer neighborhoods, you need a permit to knock on these fucking doors, because if not, it's soliciting. Guess what? You can get a ticket or get arrested. And if people don't believe it, there's plenty of videos on YouTube of people being arrested on fucking YouTube by selling solar or whatever and just knocking on fucking doors. You're doing lawn care, same fucking thing. So when we market, we hit through it 3 ways, right? Like we do the EDDM, then we do the door hangers, and then we knock on the doors, right? But before we knock on the doors, there's a whole fucking setup that has to be done. We need the background checks done, the state police background checks done on everyone that's knocking on the doors. They need the tags of all the vehicles that are going to be in the area. And the permit is $75 a month. You got to pay for 3 months ahead of time. And that doesn't go to the township. That actually goes to the Lower Makefield Police Department. So, and then every 3 months, you got to fucking renew it. So, and if not, guess what? Because even True Green, same thing. All their not their techs, but all their salespeople have to go through the same thing. Background check, and they do the whole fucking 9. That way when people call in and say, hey, listen, someone's knocking on my door, because unfortunately we live in a fucked up time where people knock on doors and try to scam people, right? So I have no problem with it, because I get it. It's fucked up times. Well, I think it's always been that shit was going on, but no one talks about that on YouTube, and that should be something that they should insert in. Hey, listen, knock on doors, yada yada, but don't forget, make sure you get your permit, yada yada, because I don't want you guys to get a ticket or whatever. So,
because the other thing is you could wind up in a very bad position, whether you have the permits or not. But it'd be in your interest to have the permits when the cops show up, because you're on somebody's private fucking property. They could pull a gun on your ass all they want.
Oh yeah.
And if you don't have the proper shit, and you call the cops, or somebody calls the cops because there's some sort of scene going on, the odds of you going to jail are pretty good. Because if they're pissed enough to do this and threaten you, then the cops show up, they're definitely going to make sure you go to jail just because they want to.
Oh hell yeah! Listen, I've seen guys getting young kids get in trouble fucking just for shoveling. They're over 18, but they're shoveling. I mean, they're knocking on doors to shovel snow and shit. And there's people out there that will complain, and unfortunately, because the law is in place, the cops have to answer it, and then it creates its own drama. All right, so Ray Cruz made a comment about working a few minutes ago, and I wanted to address this, and I forgot. Listen, there's nothing wrong with having a job if that's your thing. If that's where you feel comfortable and that gives you peace of mind and pays your bills and that's where you are in life and you're happy with that, then listen, there's nothing wrong with having a job if that's your thing. You know what I mean?
Shit, Neil's up there in the slow country, man. That's a nice little town where they can just chill out. Everybody knows everybody. And if I lived in that town, I don't know that I wouldn't go 9 to 5 or something, man, because it's just, you'd have to understand the vibe that he's around.
Yeah. Listen, if you have to get a job, listen, there's no shame in it. If you got to get a job, you got to get a job. I mean, someone will not even let you in over the weekend. Yeah.
That's the way it is here, Ray. You're not getting. Kiowa and Seabrook will let you in on the weekends, but just because they're so large and they understand. But all the ones that are just private neighborhoods, you're not getting in on the weekends. Not happening. You can do bid work, but to fire up something with a gas motor, not happening.
Yeah, unless we have like a lot of rain and shit, all the houses on the golf course have to be done Monday through Friday. Yeah. We can't mow on the weekends unless there's rain and shit throughout the week and shit, because they don't want the grass being high. But all the mowing, it's got to be Monday through Friday. So
that's what Kiowa, they'll let you in on Saturdays until noon.
Yeah.
From I think
I like
30 to noon.
I don't know how it is there by you, but like I've shared with you the videos where these, I love them because they're small. If you're on the X mark or on the right or on the grandstand, 3 swipes you're done. In the back, 3 swipes you're done. In the front, you're done. You're weeding. I mean, the only thing that sucks is when the grass gets fucking oversaturated, where you might be in a pickle. Like the X mark, dude. If we had it rain even within 2 days, that zero turn never sees those houses. It's way too heavy of machine. Way too heavy machine.
Coast, we don't have to worry about that because it's all sand. The minute it rains, I mean, it's sand with a loam in it, so it's stable. But it drains very quickly. Now you get inland a little bit when you start to get back to some red clay. Now or even the gray clay that we have around here, you can run into some problems sometimes. But along the coast here, where the money yards are, you never have to worry about that because they drain the minute the rain was over with.
Yeah. I wish it was like that here, but I mean it's great soil. But listen, I don't even argue
about that.
What happened?
Ray talking about the pool boy that got shot. I didn't hear about that.
I don't know, but that's fucked up, man.
But you could, in any service industry, if here's this is where my brain clicked. Somewhere I was either 29 or 30. I was living in Highlands, North Carolina. Ray probably knows where that is, or at least geographically. It's a billionaire paradise up in the mountains. And I met a client and had no idea what he did. Guy was just as average Joe personality wise, but very interesting to talk to as anybody could ever dream of being. But had this big, huge fucking house that looked over Cullisaja Falls and Wildcat Cliff development. Most beautiful piece of property you could ever dream of probably having anywhere in the fucking world. Walt Disney would beg to, or Bob Ross would beg to be able to paint his landscape and his view. Um, and one day we were sitting around. I had to come back and check on the job after the guys had left, and it was almost dark. And I pulled up in there and checked things out, and he was out walking. They were trimming some Boston. Actually, what Randall just finished doing, trimming the ivy on the house. That's what they were doing, but it was English ivy. And I went by there to check that shit out. It wasn't on the house. It was on he had walls, a stone wall around his property. And it was like 5 acres. So imagine that. And they had been trimming that. And I went by there to look at it. He's out there fucking around with something. And we started talking. And I always, this is another thing where I get information from. I'm not shy to ask my wealthy clients how they got there. I never refrain from asking that. And I have yet to find one that wouldn't tell me. Anyway, he was from Atlanta, was in the military, started a business. I can't remember what it was, but it was something in the service industry, and failed miserably twice. Got it to where it was like he had a couple employees, but didn't know what he was doing, kind of just ran through the money and shut down. Did that twice. He was on his last dollars, bought an old, broke down fucking city or county garbage truck. Because it probably, maybe it's still that way around Atlanta and outlying areas. There is no municipal pickup. It's all contracted out. And that's what he started doing. He went around to some of his friends and parents' friends and all this shit and got garbage pickup contracts. He was like 25, 26, something like that, paid like $1,300. And this is recent history. This isn't 50 years ago. This is recent history. Within 9 years, the guy was a fucking billionaire. Billionaire. Off of garbage contracts.
Well, money, man. Who would have thought?
9.
Dude, money. There's so much money out there, man. It's just, I mean, I look at things sometimes. I'm like, there's another millionaire born fucking for some crazy fucking idea.
Yep.
I mean, shit, if someone could create a better way of me picking up fucking diapers, my sweet sweeper, but
he made a couple million. He was making millions, but I think by like his 3rd or 4th year. But what took him over the big leap was Waste Management bought all of his
accounts.
Well, that he had different business. He had the same business in multiple cities in Georgia. And I think he had one in Greenville, South Carolina as well. But anyway, Waste Management bought him out and sent him to the moon.
Listen, he's definitely on the right track, that's for sure. Yeah. I mean, everybody has different goals. Some people want to leave their business to their kids and have a legacy and, yada, yada, yada. I thought about that when I was younger, but my kids they're not into lawn care or street sweeping. That's not their thing. You know what I mean? So I was like, I need to figure out a different light at the end of the tunnel, I guess you could say. So that had to be a different end game for me. So that's why we went, well, I shouldn't say it because when we sold Lawnscapes to Sharps, that wasn't even an idea really. But I don't know, man. Listen, if you can develop a business and sell it to fucking Waste Management, I mean, damn well they're gonna offer you. Well, hopefully they offer. You know what I mean? Set them up for life. You know what I mean? Hopefully. So.
He was. It's 20. I mean, that was right 20 years ago. He was younger than us. And just,
damn.
I mean, he was already doing well, completely hands off from the business. Obviously, when you're in, like 8, 9 different cities in a state, and you also pretty much run the garbage disposal and and pickup in Atlanta, for crying out loud.
Oh, that'd be filthy over there, man. Shit.
Yeah, he like I said, he shot to the moon and was just laid back, and he was prepared just to let it run, and he wasn't even looking to sell in waste management.
No, was he like in the city, like in the city limits?
What's that?
Was he like in the city of Atlanta? Like,
yeah, the city and all Marietta and all the surrounding
burbs
and stuff, and then in Athens, there was any of the big cities in Atlanta and outlying areas. They did garbage pickup.
Damn.
And
I guess he was at the right place, right time.
Yeah, and he was able to start snatching contracts, and he started out basically, it was just like, I can just on the outskirts of town, like beating the other competitors by $1 with their friends to just pick up the business to get money coming in.
Yeah.
And then he said within 3 months he saw the possibilities of at least having 3 or 4 trucks controlling a certain area or county or whatever. And he said within 3 years.
Dude, that is awesome. I mean,
he just learned how to get contracts from governments and stuff.
Yeah.
Whereas, usually out in rural areas, I know that's the way it is here. It's just, individuals, residential people calling you. Where he got into bigger stuff with negotiations with municipalities, he learned how to win those contracts, and that's where it just went boom.
Yeah, we thought about that when it came to mowing the center of certain streets, and with street sweeping. I don't have that. When you're street sweeping like the little towns, then you have to charge per mile. It's not like, remember, I think you were on the video one night. Remember, I was doing a video, I was showing you the shopping center, I was showing you how much I would charge, yada.
Yep.
Because you got the garbage cans and whatnot. But when you're doing a township bid, then it's per mile. Because now it's also time involved. Because you're not doing garbage cans, you're not blowing off fucking, So we looked into that, and the brush has to be centered. So you have your curb brush that launches the debris in, but you also have like a main brush that takes up almost the whole width of the machine, that sits in the middle, so it can help. It would help with the vacuum to launch it up, because the brush actually goes the opposite way, because you want to create more of an updraft, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
So we looked into it, and at the time when we looked into it, dude, those trucks are bank. I mean, think about your NPR new, and the NPRs were behind. Your Isuzu NPR, a new one, will set you back about 120, 130. So, obviously, we finance that. But to get one of those bigger ones, matter of fact, wait a minute. Didn't Will drive one? Didn't Will and Ron drive one to Washington or who the fuck? Yo. So we thought about buying a used one, right? From like an auction or whatever. Who the fuck's gonna fix it? Downtime would have been a bitch. I don't have a house mechanic. You're looking at the house mechanic right now. You know what I mean? So, thank God we don't have a lot of breakdowns and shit. Obviously, when shit gets beyond what I know, then it goes into the shop and shit. But we used to do with a shop that used to be able to. They used to buy trucks and they used to rent them. They used to rent out sweepers. So you rent it for the day, the week, the month, whatever. And they since closed, but we looked into like state bids and shit, and it's just, I don't know. The defense company, I see the trucks in my head. I don't remember the name, but he's got a lockdown on parks and certain side streets, and then there's another company that just does the islands and shit. But we looked into it, and it just wasn't the money wasn't there for what we want, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? A lot of those bits came in low, and we decided, you know what? This is not for us. Not the avenue where we want.
What that's similar to what I was talking about earlier when I, year and a half ago, whatever it was, when I was looking at getting back into the gyro track forestry game. And the upkeep is what wore me out on it the first time. The money was insane. It was great. But if something broke down, you can promise that you can know that it's the simplest of something you need to replace, and $2,500 is coming out of your pocket. To spend $11,000-$12,000 on some scheduled maintenance was no big deal per machine on a regular basis. And not that matters, but it's just those things, because of the environment that they're in and create, something is always fucking breaking down. And if you're not 5 steps ahead of it, you're 40 steps behind.
Oh yeah.
And I was like, I know I could secure the loan for these things and with
these
contracts in a heartbeat, no problem. But at the end of the day, I was like, there would be different machines scattered out around the state. I was like, I don't feel like. I started self-employment. My main goal was so that I wasn't working weekends and I had control of being around my family and being available. And I was like, I'm not going to backtrack from that now. And that's what that environment would create, because I remember it from before, And it's like, and not that I was away from the family that much then, because there's only 2 or 3 machines.
Yeah.
But having several of them and having to be scattered out because project A, B, C, and D are in different counties, from one end of the state to the next. Nah, I wasn't fucking with that. See you later, Ken.
Yeah, it wasn't. It wasn't our plan. I know some people, when they get in business, they just, whatever. Let me throw mud at the wall, see what sticks, whatever counts I get, I get. And a lot of people, listen, we were like that in the beginning. We knew who our target customers were, and it's always been hard because you get distracted. So, we tried really hard to stay, what works for us. You know what I mean? That's why I said we love new construction and house on golf courses, because we're new. And I know Brian said he hates it. Listen, the beautiful part about new construction houses on golf courses, because a lot of times they'll pay extra sod that'll go from the curb to the garage door, right where the brick meets. But the rest of that is all shit, rock, bolts, dirt, weeds galore. And we know, and again, it's not for everyone, but we know that's one of the areas where we shine, where we can kill everything, re-top dress, and then you don't have to, but like we do it, and then we just pound it with no weed control, straight fur. We just pound it with high nitrogen. Just pound it so we can fucking get that growth. So that's where we like it, because money. You know what I mean? So that's where we shine, and I don't know, but
it's like yourself, separate yourself from everybody else. Look at this yard.
Oh yeah, listen.
That application makes the phone ring.
Well, yeah, because remember, I've said this before, where like when you're like, if Ray does fur or if anybody else does fur, the lawn that you're treating should be your business card. That way, when you're doing your 5 rounds, when people ask you, I'm like, well, yeah, I do their lawn. Look how beautiful it looks. I can make your lawn look like, dude, I used to make this joke once in a while, but I would have to, it didn't always work. I would try to feel out the customer, and sometimes it wouldn't be right. I would say sometimes that their lawn should be on your lawn looks like shit.com. I'm like, what is this here? It's like a weed fest. It's like my wife will tell you, I used to call them salad bowls. I'm like, it's like a salad. They got everything in here.
Yeah.
So, so then you would use like Q4 and all that, because Q4 is like, it's like a little bit of everything in there. You know what I mean? So, but and then we'd also mix the tank with other things also. But because Q4 has a little bit of everything, has a little bit, even though it has a little bit of quinclorac in it, we would always add a little bit more extra quinclorac to it, and then depending on what else we were trying to kill. But because crabgrass is a bitch, man. If you don't put down your pre-emergence early, and you got it's like shit, and you're fighting it, and then
it's horrible here this year. That's the ongoing problem.
If you don't, like, we hammer pre-emergence 3 times, once in the fall, twice early spring, and unfortunately, and again, just my opinion, nothing beats liquid. Nothing. Even though we put down some granular applications, nothing beats liquid. But in order to get ahead of it, that's where you want. Because come like now, right? July, August. Well, we haven't had a hot summer up until this week, and so it's going to get cool again. Starting tonight, tomorrow. But when it gets this hot, you just want to be spot spraying. You change your nozzle, which I can probably do a video on that too. Actually, you change your nozzle and you just spot treat. You just spot treating. That's it. You're not going crazy. You just spot treating because you don't want to create that vapor, and cause more damage to the turf. And so that's where we know where we shine. And like I said, mowing, you guys are not on. If you're just mowing, you can knock out like when I got to take a truck up on myself, dude, I can knock out 20, 25 lawns. I might be tired at the end of the day, but I can knock out the 20, 25 a day because they're so fucking small. I do 5 in 2 hours.
I'm listening. It's driving me nuts not to put this up, but I can hear you.
Oh, go ahead. So, but that's where I shine. So, like I that's why I can never. I don't want to say can never. We have a few bigger properties for just because of Berkshire Hathaway and them, but it's not our thing. You know what I mean? These guys want to do these big ass fucking lawns. It's just not my thing.
I never was. Me neither. But I can see, appreciate, and understand why people gear themselves towards the large ones. But for me, it was always the smaller ones. I want a more impactful yard.
Oh yeah.
Generalized grass. I want to see a lush landscape and everything, because to me, that's maximized money. That means they are going to want the mulch. They're going to need a lot of trimming. They're going to need a lot of tree service. They're going to need a lot of irrigation help, mowing, pest control, herbicides. There's a lot that you can build into one, and not that you don't do it on big properties, but again, we'll go back to Ray. You look at that; most of his are very large with minimal landscaping. Ray likes to see those mowers running. So you show Ray 30 acres, he's got a heart. You show me 30 acres, I'm gonna shit.
We've got certain neighborhoods around here that you can drive, and they're big ass fucking lawns. You got some fucking 2, 3, 5, 10, 50. Not my thing. There's guys that want to do it. All the power to them if that's their thing. That's not where we shine. So that's not our moneymaker. It's easy for us. I mean, think about it. We're doing, like we talked about how like Mike Andes likes to focus on the fucking the cul-de-sac, the corner lots. They're the biggest fucking lots. I try to stay away from those fuckers unless they call. I try to stay away from them. You don't want your guys on there, those big ass fucking, and those are always the biggest lots. So think about it. If it's taking your guys, 2 guys to knock out, 5 lawns in an hour and a half. I mean, the math is crazy. You know what I mean? If you're just mowing and shit, and then, out of like on the other 30 that we bought, they're just mowing really, and everything else is a la carte, which I hate, but it's what it is. Right. But the other out of the other 84, right? I think maybe close to 60 of them are full service, and it's just those routes are set up a little bit differently because you need more time in case you got to, treat and cut. I'll tell you, there's another thing also that I heard Ray say in a couple of videos, and he's not the only one guilty of it. Other guys too, and we talked about it. How actually, I think Shane made a video about, hey, what do you do when customer asks you, hey, can you trim this real quick? It only take you 5 minutes or whatever. We don't do that. We do not do that. We always tell them, listen, yep, put it on the schedule. We'll have someone at the office give you an estimate. So because it's always, they think that you're going to do it for free. You can do it dirt cheap. No, we don't do that shit. We put you on the schedule. We'll give you an estimate, and that be it. So that's why even the enclosed, which the enclosed trailer eventually, remember I told you how we have plans. The enclosed trailer is going to become strictly just for should we have a name for it too? It's just strictly for landscaping. That's it.
That's what that's actually how
enhancement. That's it. It's going to be the enhancement trailer. Yep.
That's how I started an enclosed. I actually went to all enclosed, but the first one I got was for the landscape enhancement crew mostly because you can close in flowers and plants and stuff without having them get damaged. So I built shelving systems to go in there, throw the rakes and shit in there, maybe a mower if they might need it, depending on what they're doing or something. And then I bought another one. Eventually, everybody had an enclosed trailer, but that's how I started with them.
Yeah, I love it. I just I don't know. I'm changing a few things around. My mind's always fucking going somewhere, but that's definitely going to be it. The enclosed trailer is going to become the enhancement trailer, and we're either going to get another trailer or just a different box truck. Or I haven't decided yet. I really wanted. I haven't found one where it didn't have too many fucking issues. I want an NPR, but I want it with a 14-foot trailer. I don't want the 16, 18, because a lot of times what happens is, and I've talked about this in live, like we have to go into New City where they're beautiful homes, right? But the roads are fucking narrow. So
that's why those are hot tickets around here because the historical roads are very narrow.
Yep.
And even minimally on the coast where the money is, lots are small because, well, they want to get as many houses in as they can. And so the smaller NPRs, man, somebody puts those for sale, poof. You have a blown engine. They'll sell it tomorrow.
Oh, yeah. Listen, I'm constantly on that stupid fucking Facebook marketplace looking. But just try to change things for next year. Because someone made a comment to me a few weeks ago, because I said, well, what are you planning on? I said, I'm just planning, I got to get ready for next year. Everything's in place ready for this year. There's not much more I can do unless it's breakdowns or someone quits or can't come in or whatever, and I got to mow. Unless something like that happens, I got to focus on next year. And
that's what I did all this week.
You have to.
Yeah, it was a slow. I only had originally for this week and next week, I only had 8 houses to wash, and as I've said a million times, landscape's on cruise control. I don't have, but it's that time of year where I don't have any designs in front of me either. Usually the end of July and the beginning of August up until after school starts. If I've finished my work, I'm done until after school starts. Because there might be somebody that comes in, but if there's 1 or 2, I really count that as 0. Because I really don't have to start them because they're not looking to do. They're the people that are calling now are the first people to start calling because they know they're calling early to make sure they get on the fall list. That's who they are. Shit, I forgot where I was going with that. But anyway, so I pushed everything from this week because of what I was talking about earlier about figuring out what the fuck I'm going to do. I pushed them into next week so that I just put them all on a couple of Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Thursday, I have to go meet the forestry service at the property. I was like, I'll just pack that week, and I'm going to take this week. I'm going to sit back. I'm going to get on the computer. I'm going to do my research. I'm going to make some phone calls, and get next year going. On my standards, I'm about 2 months ahead of myself. Typically, I was like, I see the downtime. I need to do it right here, right now.
Listen, I mean, I've dropped the ball quite a few times. Listen, it'll creep up on you, man. It'll fucking creep up
Fast.
on you. Oh my God.
We're
Yeah, I
gonna
went to
blink
Lowe's.
and we're gonna be carving the fucking turkey.
I went to Lowe's the other day, right? In where was I? In Bridgewater, New Jersey, I think it was. They got Halloween shit out already.
Oh
I'm
no.
like, damn. So I think I thought maybe it was just clearance shit from last year. I'm looking, how Lowe's has the yellow tag for clearance. It wasn't on clearance. So they're clearancing out all the summer shit. That's why I said, even though we went over because we had to take on more projects, we try to get all our projects done. Well, we book a lot of them because people wanted to done for 4th of July. Man, we got projects going on now and shit. Yo, we're fucking next week. We're trimming and mulching. Fucking.
Well, see, that's the other reason I tried to get on the jump, and
Yeah.
I'd say about half the time I'm smart and I get the jump on this
Yeah.
time. Because what it does is it escapes me, or I prolong it and say I'll do that shit tomorrow, and that carries on. In October, which is by far our busiest month every year, October and November is fucking nuts. Because we mow year round.
Yeah.
Spring really isn't. It's busy because you got a bunch of people calling in, but it's nowhere near as busy as October, when everybody just wants that flush and that change out. And I don't know what makes it so busy, but it does. I guess because you throw in the people that also want to prep for the holidays.
Oh
It's
yeah.
fucking insane.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, it's just, it's crazy. And I'll think, oh, I'll just, every once in a while, I'm like, oh, I'll just do that in September, October. And then September, October roll around and I realize, holy fuck, how did I forget it gets so busy? I've been doing this for 26 fucking years. Like, what am I thinking?
Sometimes it slips by you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it happens to me sometimes. It happens to me sometimes. You just get so busy with everything else and shit. You're like, what the fuck? But
well, that, and I'm guilty of push. If I could. There's certain things especially when it comes to the back end of the business. If I can push it off to tomorrow, I do it every fucking time, man. Unless I make myself sit down.
I don't know how, and I guess because it's not my thing. I don't know how guys in Lawncare do have time and shit to do, or try and make the time to do Christmas lights. You know what I mean?
I could.
Well, for one, I don't have the desire to do it. And second, how do you not, and I'm not knocking people who want to do Christmas lights, but how do you not try to position yourself? And I think it's because they're so busy putting out fires and trying to get everything done, for the week, not thinking long term. How do you have time to fucking do that?
I can tell you this, as someone that's looked into it.
Yeah.
I don't know. And now, if I could go out, get a new truck, or new to me, doesn't have to be a brand new truck. Hire some people that will only want to work for a couple of months, but pay them well. Get the proper insurance to do it. Get a salesperson out there, and put out all the fucking fires. Okay, I'll do that. But to take what you have and adjust and switch over, I don't see why they even fucking. I can think of a million things within lawn care that you can be doing in the fall that are a lot easier and a lot more profitable than those fucking lights.
Oh yeah. I mean, listen, come August. Well, come like towards the end of August. Look at the board now. Come towards the end of August is when we start pushing for fall cleanups. You know what I mean? So, because, well, we never know what Mother Nature brings, but
right,
we change our schedule around. Well, actually, we rephrase that. We change the mowers around because everything. Even though we have shoot blockers and shit, the shoot blockers, even though some people might think it's a pain in the ass, everything's starting to get. If it's not bagged, it's mulched. If it's a little bit of leaves, it's getting mulched. But for the most part, especially the house and the golf courses, all those leaves are gone. You know what I mean? They're fucking being tarped, pulled to the curb, or fucking like you know, they're gonna be sucked up and shit. But I don't know how with all the shit between that, your trimming, your fall apps. You know, if you get snow, you don't get snow. I don't even think about snow because to me,
I know we definitely don't.
no, you definitely don't. Dude, that'd be some shit. Let me tell you something. Being ready for snow and then it hits you down south. But I started this a long time ago. We look at the snow money as the gravy money. So let's say you don't do contracts and you're just doing, you know, per storm, per inch and shit, right? And again, just my opinion, I think people in this game should set themselves up so that way, if it snows, great. If it snows, great. It's gravy money because it can pay for a vacation. It can pay for new equipment for come spring or whatever. I think that's how people should set themselves up from in the beginning of the year, so that way they can plan it financially to carry themselves up to the winter. You know how I talk about like the winter fund thing. So
That's
that's
when
what
you
I
were
think.
talking about it earlier. That's why I was wondering. I was like, well, why wouldn't you were talking about contracts and stuff, and you were talking about residential wise. I was like, why wouldn't you just kind of put something in place that's a la carte? Have somebody on call and ready to go.
I think this year, because we didn't get we got no snow last year, right? So we had a few icing events, which was great for salting, but I think for residentials and certain, I think smaller shopping centers maybe as well. But it's going to be hard pushing contracts on residentials because who the fuck is going to want to pay that $600-700 for the season up front? My God, bitch, I ain't getting no snow. You know what I mean? I'll just shovel it myself or pay the kid down the street $30-40, and that'd be it.
Lower.
Yeah, or get a boat, yeah, and then save me for a couple $100. So, I think residential-wise, it's going to be harder, and it's going to be harder. Yeah, I think even on certain commercial contracts, it's going to be harder too. But I guess I'll see more come the end of next month and in September. But
Well, I would think like commercial is just a roll of the dice. It's like they're paying insurance.
it is on certain commercial accounts, yes. And we have like Lower Box Hospital and all them. It's just a regular seasonal contract. You know, they pay for the season every month. Every month you get a check from November through March, and then so you have that. U-Haul is a la carte, right? Even though you make them sign a contract to cover you, and you cover you the contract and the insurance, it's still a la carte. I mean, they don't want to pay for the season. U-Haul doesn't. So, and now they have the two lots now, and that's all, and that's just where they build shit for U-Haul. It's not even sell anything there. Remember I told you how to change the sign from orange? That's now black background, orange writing.
I was just about to ask you if you figured out why they did that.
I have not had a chance to go inside and ask, but the place that makes the chicken feed, they are, well, I don't know what's going to happen this year. I'm a little worried this year because remember that letter I got with the whole bankruptcy thing. That's going to be a little worried there. But they pay every month. They're seasonal. But they fired the last operations manager, and their HR told me that they were considering changing, going to, even though having a contract, going a la carte. So, going per push. So if it snows, great. If it doesn't snow, then, if it doesn't snow all winter, virtually ain't getting no money. So, not, obviously, listen, if we have to change with the times, we change with the times. You know what I mean? Nothing we can do about it. But I don't know. I guess we're gonna see what happens. And then
Yeah, I would think mostly if you're gonna, if especially commercial, because if there's a sector of people, especially in a transition period, we'll say
yeah,
there's still a good bit of people that are willing to give you the $1,200,
yeah,
win, lose or draw here, and then you've got some that are going a la carte. It sounds to me like a la carte's rates went up too, because what if it is U-Haul with 20,000 square feet of parking
yeah,
and all these sidewalks and stuff, and all of a sudden they call you at 2:00 in the morning, going, "Hey, we need it done by 8 a.m."
yeah.
Okay, but
Well, if it's snow, like you would know. Well, there's usually communication. Like if you know snow or icing is in the
yeah,
fall,
that's true.
depending on your contract, right? But if it's a la carte, like with CVS's, like when we were doing a shitload of CVS's, they're a la carte, and that's all app based. Remember, I think I told you when you open up the app, it's like a geofence, and then that's how they know you're there. You take pictures before, after, was it how many inches, and then if it's the icing event, and then salt and whatnot. But they which is fine and dandy, not my ideal thing. We always went after the seasonal contract because like the place that does I don't even know what the fuck they do for the government. They do some kind of building, something. What the fuck they do there?
Black ops shit.
What, dude? Our place is weird, man. They've got, first of all, like the blue truck, the blue Silverado has little stickers in the back that say, warning, the video and audio in progress. We can't do any of that over there, right? But they have, it looks like a massive commercial. It looks like someone took a massive commercial snowplow, massive, put spikes on that bitch. That bitch goes in the ground and comes back up. Yo, they have that as barriers. And, but they're on seasonal contract. We signed last year. We finally went from a 1 year, because every year we kept going 1 year, 1 year, 1 year. Last year they finally went from a 1 year. They gave us a 3 year, but they're seasonal. It don't matter. I mean, mowing, that's all full maintenance, and snow wise, they pay for the whole fucking nine. They don't want to be worried about fucking snow, salt. They don't want to worry about shit. They just want their shit clean for their employees and shit. But I think this year might be a little bit different for us. Like it snowed, but it missed us a lot. It kept going up to fucking Boston and shit. And we don't have Verizon contracts anymore, which is good because I think I told you, those were many days like we slept in the trucks. It was great money. My wife hated it because we weren't home as much. You know what I mean? She went up once with us. She's like, never again. But it can be great money because you're getting paid literally when Verizon needs you to go to another state, even though you might have contracts here, they'll pay you from the time you leave your house. So let's say they're paying you per truck, right? Let's say you're doing everything. You're doing the salting and everything. I'm sorry?
It's a mill rate.
Yeah, they'll pay you between $70 to $100 and change an hour from the time you leave your house till the time you get home. So it depends. Like some guys will just plow, some guys do, like we do everything. So we'll do sidewalks and park lot. Sidewalks are nothing. So, but these are not stores. These are actually Verizon buildings and shit.
Right.
So, and Verizon is going through changing too. Like they sold a lot of their properties because they're subbing a lot of stuff out. You go to these Verizon buildings, and most of them are not even fucking employees anymore because they're all the linemen are union and shit, and they're subbing a lot of the stuff out. You know what I mean? And then they're big giant buildings where they had told me at one time used to be 60 to 100 employees. Dude, it's like a ghost town in there. Like we have tags and keys to go to the bathroom and shit. And dude, it looks like no one's been in there for fucking years. Wow. Because everything's being subbed out or people working at home or whatever, and they're trying to cut back.
Or the technology is making it obsolete.
Maybe unless that building unless they need that building for FiOS and the phone lines, They're tearing them down, fucking tearing them down.
Wow.
So we, just like they're going through changes, we go through changes, and I think everybody has to, if that's your field, if you have to make changes, you got to make changes
You
if
have
you
to be
want to stay in
forward
business.
thinking.
I'm sorry.
You have to be forward thinking.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. So I
It's like
don't.
with
Yeah,
with the power washing.
yeah,
That was another thing that I was doing a lot of research. I have a job that is scheduled for somewhere on the back end of August. It's a humongous house out here in the bigger private neighborhood, Devereux. He called me and said he needed his roof cleaned. Gave me the
yeah,
address. And anytime anybody calls me about that from Devereux, I know there's a 50-50 shot that I'm like, holy shit, this is big money because of the size of the houses.
yeah,
And especially if it's up off the ground. About 50% of them are elevated houses, basically where the whole garage system is under the whole house. The first floor is 14 feet off the ground.
yeah,
And so I was like, so 2-story houses are now most of the times 3.5 by the time you get up there, and 4+ by the time you're at the peak. I Googled that shit and I went, holy fuck. And and so I went and met him and pulled up, and I was like, just the square footage. I was like, this is a big job. I pulled up and saw the complex landscaping around this, around the front of the house. I was like, damn it, I can't be fucking up here. One mild fuck up, and it could easily cost me 15-20 grand and
yeah,
burn up plants and trees.
yeah.
I was like, this isn't fucking cool. And so he said he only wanted the front done. I was like, okay, shit, I wish you'd have said the back where there's a deck and I wouldn't care about this.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
I told him, I said, look, I can do this with the standard go-to bleach. However, there's no way in hell, no matter if I go through all the protocols of staying safe on your property, can I guarantee you that all these plants are going to fucking live? Because there's multiple gables. So there's multiple valleys for this shit to collect in if we overspray and and it's 12-12. So if you get enough volume, even a small amount of volume moving fast enough, it's going to overshoot the gutter, or at least splatter.
Yeah.
And then you're going to freckle the shit out of some plants, and it's not going to be cool. Even with somebody spraying it, once you're up there at 6%, if everybody and everything's not on their A game, you can fuck up fast. And I said, look, man, let me research some shit. Regardless, your price is going to be in this wheelhouse.
Yeah.
And I said, I know I can do your house with basically hydrogen peroxide. Not basically, it is. I've seen it and I haven't used it, but I got to source it. It's the same process, same method. And I've been thinking about moving into this anyway, at least with just roofs, because I don't ever run the risk of destroying property. And he said, cool. He said, I'm all about that. And I said, you got to give me some time though. I'm booked. I'm busy. I got to come back to this. And he's like, I don't care. He's like, if Will is listening, he'll know, because it's a close friend of the guy that Will has helped me wash the house for over here a couple of times.
Yeah.
It's down the street from him. And so he said, we've waited 2 years to do this. We can wait 2-3 more months. It doesn't matter. I'm like, okay, cool. Anyway, in my rabbit hole that I went down, I'm to find out the main supplier somebody has gone big now with introducing hydrogen peroxide as a replacement for bleach.
Yeah.
Oddly enough, they're 20 miles down the road.
Oh,
I was
wow.
like, no shit.
Damn.
And so I was talking to them on the phone this morning. I was like, look, man, I was telling them what I had going on. They're like, we can take care of you. And I was like, well, what I really want to know about is, because I was like, your product, even condensed, but still it covers less square footage than bleach. I was like, with me purchasing bleach, I was like, I can absorb the cost, but
Yeah.
it is the difference between $5 a gallon and $27 a
Mm.
gallon. I was like, I'm still profitable, but that's a hard pill to swallow when I'm going to use 40 gallons.
Yeah.
And they were like, the guy was like, I don't want to promise anything to you right now, but we're trying to launch this. He said, you called us at the right time. We were in launch mode. And I've set up an appointment with him to meet with them. And it sounds like, I don't know yet, but I'm either going to get a severe discount or they're going to give me the product to put it on YouTube and put it out there.
Nice.
And I was like, but he did say no matter what, my price is less because that's their retail prices for ordering online. He said businesses pay a good chunk less, but he said we could probably do better because I told him about my social media. They looked at it and everything, and they were like, we want to talk to you as bad as you want to talk to us.
Nice.
I was like, yeah, hell yeah, nice. But again, changing times. You know, it's because bleach is house washes. I don't care. That's 1%. You can't fuck anything up with that. You can almost drink it.
Yeah.
And, but roofs, it's very caustic, very, very fucking caustic shit. And hydrogen peroxide isn't. And so I think because they're the only ones that are really bringing it to a commercial level. Once again, it's a guy from fucking Atlanta. Anyway, we're going to meet up and see what happens. I think this could be pretty cool.
I would mention it sounds cool. That's for sure.
And if it works, I'm out from the chlorine, you know, and that helps me a lot too, because that is 90% of my battle with putting somebody in the truck. It's got to be somebody with a fucking brain, you know, that is very hands-on, but is also very can see the future if A, B, and C doesn't go right. Because you can burn somebody's house down, or you can kill $10,000 in plants at the blink of an eye. It's not like they shoved the shovel down through the cable line. No, that's not what just happened.
That's why I said. Remember, I said I was worried that if I do commercial these sidewalks, I'd rather no chemical.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to worry about it. You know what I mean?
I do.
And
it's the same thing. It reduces my risk.
Greatly. Hell yeah. Anyway, I had other stuff I wanted to share with you, but I'm getting tired.
So fuck you. Virgil ain't sharing.
But no, the what's his name got in trouble? I didn't finish telling you about Benji. So Benji's mower's in the shop. The Skag is in the shop. Actually, his exact words were, he touches me at the hardest times. Nick Saint message to say thank you for tonight. But Benji, Mr. Benjamin, he keeps blowing the main fuse on when pulling the PTO switch. So he said oh shit, Virgil, the Skag is in the hospital. So, but anyway, he was some more stuff there too that I don't know if I could share on live. But anyway, he so the food place, the place that makes the chicken feed and all that, dude, I'd have to send you videos and shit. I think I saved them. They have to use waste management. They're massive containers, right? They're always leaking because it's food fermenting. It's turning to liquid, right? So anyway, I remember I showed pictures. Remember how I showed how it ruined the grass and it ruined the neighbor's grass and how they had to pay us to fix all that up? We put and again, it's their money. We did all that work, right? They fucked it up all over again. It's bad this time. Actually, I don't know if it's bad as it was. It was pretty bad last time. It's bad now, though. So I made a comment to them. I was like, "Yo, why don't you just move the fuck?" I made a comment to them last year when I was plowing. I was like, "Yo, just move the fucking dumpsters over because only one. It's a fucked up parking lot because when you plow, they have two parking lots. When you plow in it, there's nowhere for water to go. There's no drain, and that's one of the things that I look for. So they have one fucking drain. I'm like, yo, just put the dumpsters there. Like, well, we don't know if we can put it there because we don't know where it leaks, where it goes to. It's going, you don't know where it goes to now. It's going on your ruining your grass and the neighbor's grass. So if anything, the grass gets fucked up. It's an eyesore for the township, right? The township's gonna be like, yeah, what the fuck is going on here? It's leaking. If you park in the middle of the parking lot where the sewer is, at least it goes down the sewer. Township ain't gonna see shit. Anyway, they brought in that power washer, that MT, that big black one, commercial one. That bitch is diesel. Yeah. And they're power washing everything the other day. The parking lot, the fucking dude, I'm like, they are so far up Schitt's Creek with the township, it's ridiculous. But I saw the
job you missed, man.
Huh? The county?
Power wash job you missed.
Oh yeah, it is a power wash job I missed. Yeah, nah, I'm good. Dude, they paid. This is how fucked up shit is. I gotta look up the quote and send it to you. They paid us what, $6,400 to sod this fucking small area. Jim, I went high because I didn't want to do it. Right?
That's when you know you get the job too.
Dude, it was 3 pallets of sod. Right? It came out to I charged $6,400. And I think we were done, I don't know, 4 or 5 hours maybe. All was prepping. We prepped the day before. He's attacking it. Dude, it's just good night, Neil. And dude, I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna shoot for the dart. $6,400. This is my thinking. They're gonna say no. It's all good. I don't want to do it anyway.
They called you back in 15 minutes, didn't they?
Dude, and you know who called us? They hired this massive contracting company when they started leasing this building that they overgrew already to build this fucking setup. They emailed us, and I'm like, and I didn't pay no mind. Actually, you know what? Let me rephrase it. No, it went for some reason. It was going to my junk file. So they wound up calling. I'm like, what the fuck they want? Because once their office trailer once their office trailer was leaving the property, that's when we knew that they were officially done. And then that's when they gave the keys to the tenant, Do Good Foods. That's when they gave the official handoff to them because the building was now done. All their vats and everything was hooked up, electrical, plumbing, all that bullshit, right? So I'm thinking, what the fuck they calling me for? So I'm thinking they're calling us for another job. I didn't know they were calling us for them. They're like, well, the town, this is how stupid this is. The township wouldn't give them a CO because there was no grass on that one side of the property.
That's the way it goes around here.
So I'm like, we'll just fucking put some topsoil, we'll level it, put some topsoil down, some seed, and some hay, whatever, and call it a fucking, put some sprinklers up, call it a fucking day, right? Nope. Township wanted sod. I'm like, well, we're a little busy, and I don't know if we have the fucking time. So I'll just aim high, they'll say no, and whatever, right? No. They want to know when we can do it. Oh my God. Like, alrighty then. Let me fit this one in. So I moved the schedule around and we fit in. And so I left 2 sprinklers there. They don't have many spigots, right? So I'm like, all you got to do is run the sprinkler system. There's a timer there. It's all set up. Just hit the knob, hit the button, you're golden, right? They disconnected the hose after the second day because they needed the spigot for something else.
Oh shit!
Guess what happened to $6,400 a sod? They fucked that
Burnt the
shit
fuck
up.
up.
Yo, it was bad. It was bad. Every week when we pulled to mow, we would just start busting out laughing. I'm like, what kind of shit show is this? Then they're parking on it. Then they have machines going over it, like tearing it up. Like, yo, like what the fuck?
They
Like,
just wanted their CO, dude. That's all they wanted.
oh yeah, oh yeah. So this year, because it's been a lot cooler, it hasn't been that hot. And again, no one's running any sprinklers. Grass is not that bad actually, but yeah, $6,400 down the drain for what? I mean, why would they pay us for like? Dude, they pay us for the crazy shit. That one video that I have on my Facebook and my Instagram, but it's running stone. Dude, that was for $4,000. And that was fucking dude. That was another one that was great money that we did. I mean, my biggest expense was labor and the dingo, and fuck, that was great fucking money and shit. Bit of a hassle because that stone is so big, it's hard to shovel to scoop it into the fucking thing. You know what I mean?
Yep.
But dude, but like you said, just to get the CO, and that path that we made around the building, I don't know if I told you, that path was for the rats that the township wanted them to put there to make a path for the rats in case. And I've never seen, not that I've never seen rats there. I've seen a lot of birds for the food, but because township was worried about rats going around the building. So rats, when they run, they go against the building, whatever. That's
Right.
that's where all those little black boxes on bait and shit. Dude, the shit, I'll tell you what, I wrote up my commercial sites. The shit that these people pay us to fucking do is just too funny. Fucking I'm like, what a waste of fucking money. I'm like, think about it. You guys pay us over $10,000 to do what? Between the fucking sod and the stone? Like, what the fuck's wrong with you people? What the fucking that we had to paint some other shit on this stuff. That then they wanted the flag. Perfect example. So I'll make it quick. So Eddie and his uncle, they wanted us to put a flagpole. Thank God we didn't have to get it. They were getting the flagpole. They wanted this flagpole up, the whole fucking nine, right? I'm like, great, no problem. We'll make a concrete pad. Simple shit. The simplest fucking thing. Make the concrete pad, we put the fucking anchor in, all set, right? So the guy comes around, their maintenance guy comes around, the scissor jack, fix the lights. He runs right into the fucking pole. Now, mind you, we get paid a month already. A month went by, we got paid for this fucking thing. So we come, they didn't even tell us. So we come to mow, right? So McQuell goes to me and goes, hey, the flagpole's gone. I'm thinking someone stole it, right? I'm like, oh shit. I didn't think someone crashed into it, right? I'm saying to myself, who the fuck would steal the fucking flagpole? So I'm like, oh, maybe they wanted for the scrap the metal. I don't know, right?
Oh yeah.
We found out from them. No, we saw a maintenance guy crash into it with the scissor thing, changing the bulbs. I'm like, dude, it's fucking wide open. Like, what the dude? I'm like, more money.
How do you not see it,
dude? Like, so they're doing other work now. So we just launched the fucking flagpole into the fucking the dumpster just for metal for the redoing part of the building. Dude, these people, I'd have to look up so much money that they pay us for stupid shit, but we're probably at least 15 G's of just stupid money. Just when I say stupid
like
shit,
perfect client to me.
Dude, at least 15 G's just on the dumbest shit. I mean, like dumb shit. I'm like, you know what? And I told them, I said, this is what's so stupid. I'm like, instead of putting sod there, I would apply for a permit to expand the fucking parking lot because they already outgrew the property. So why not just expand the fucking parking lot? I mean, you guys are parking on the brand new sod anyway. So, like, But anyway, just stupid shit. But anyway, when I saw that letter, I'll tell you what. Ever since I got that letter that I sent you, I've been keeping tabs on see how fast they pay.
Oh,
so, because that they had me a little worried there. So, but dude, it's just.
Well, it sounds like if they're blowing $15,000 on frivolous, dumb shit like that, you could probably, if you do some math, you might be able to see why there's some fucking money flow issues.
Well, before I got that letter, they wanted to pay all their. They were 2 months past due. They wanted to pay everything by credit card. And I was shocked. I'm like, okay, whatever. So I said, I'll resubmit everything in on the one invoice. I'll redo I'll tally everything up, but send it in and be done with it. They paid it that afternoon, right? So my God, no biggie. So when I saw the now, they were on a 30-day. So come Tuesday, it's August 1st, right? They haven't paid June's. And what's fucked up? Up until the whole credit card thing, that when they just paid, I was always getting a payment from them on the 21st of every month. Every month without fail, I was getting a payment for on 21st. But up until recently, up until this little shit show, what the fuck's going on? I haven't gotten paid, so I'm like, well,
I keep my eyes open then, because the thing is you'll be the one to get the fucking the hardest. They'll tell you.
Yeah, I'm the last one to get paid. But I was like, when I saw that letter, because I'm like, why would I be getting this fucking letter? I'm like, fucking getting this letter. I mean, they paid for everything up front, with the credit card. They're all caught up. Why would I get a letter for the bankruptcy? So I don't know. So it's I don't know. I mean, it's not. It's an easy lawn to mow, real easy lawn to mow, and it's really great money. So that one too. I mean, I look back. I went a little high on the mowing, but I thought about. I remember when I submitted. When I submitted, I said to myself, I fucked up because I was going to go a little bit lower. I'm like, oh, that's a lot of money. I'm like, oh, we're going to get them on everything else, on all the added services, right? And I've completely forgot all about that. So I aimed high. So I'm like, and then when I submitted the bid, I'm like, oh, I fucked up. I wasn't supposed to aim that high. That's way too much money for that property. Yeah, fucking HR calls me up because listen, just want to let you know we sent back the contract signed. When can you guys start? I'm saying, so contract signed. They just, bitch, I fucked up. I'm like, I didn't say it hurts to her, but mentally, I'm like, oh. I'm like, all right, and then I don't know. So I worry now because they overpay us for mowing and landscaping and shit. And now with the whole that letter that I showed you, and then now come, like I said, come Monday, they're late on August. I mean, not August. On Monday they'll be late. Tuesday. On Tuesday they'll be late with June. With June's book. So I don't know. See what happens. Anyway, Jim, thanks for coming on.
Hey, thanks for having me, man.
Listen, it's definitely been an interesting night.
Yeah, right.
Brittany was texting me earlier about it. She goes, well, this went for an interesting turn of events. I'm like, oh, yeah, it has actually. Not where I thought it was going to go. So,
interesting to say the least.
Oh, yeah. I'm like, this did not go anywhere. And I thought I was only going to be on for an hour. I'm only going to come up for an hour. I can finish doing my paperwork. I got shit.
5 hours later.
I got shit done tonight. So I'm like, I might have to do some of this tomorrow or something, I guess. I don't know. But anyway, thanks for coming on, man. You have a great night or great morning.
You too, man.
And I'll talk to you.
All right. Later, man.
Take care. Bye.